Hey, good evening, everybody. I am actually in such a rush to try and get this ready to go. I forgot to tweet out the stream, so just give me one quick second and you'll hear some typing and probably some silence, and then we'll get ready to go. Oh dear. Um, Perfect. Okay. I am a clown, and I am sorry that I wasn't a little more organized. I'll try and explain my lateness, although frankly, this has become an institution on Fridays. So at this point, I should probably just accept my fate and move on. But looks like we are good to go. So let me introduce the game a little bit. First of all, I think the developer of this game has been really patient with me because I had put in specifically a request to stream this. Hello, Noxkime. How you doing? I put in a key request for this game because it seemed very interesting. And actually, specifically, it was interesting in relation to this game that I had been playing earlier called Starflight, which I really do intend to go back to, but I've gotten a lot of sort of keys that I've been meaning to go through. And uh, basically, this game got released and they granted the key, and that came right around the time one more day of finals, and then you're done with the year. Excellent. What are your last finals that you need to do? Um, but yeah, so basically, this wound up with a bunch of other things. Some of them a little more time sensitive. So, for instance, sorry, not Outworld. Old World was released, and I had this nice opportunity to do Heroes of the Aegean a couple of days before. And in fact, there is still one more game which, in sort of response to some of the stuff that I was given a key for, and they sort of understand what's up as far as the fact that I've got a very kind of very compressed schedule. But with that in mind, I felt a little bit bad about Out There because one, I think this is a game that not only do I think is a good fit, but it's actually one that I enjoy very much. Yeah, no worries, Nox time. I mean, part of the fun is being able to interact with people, and I realize for the VODs it's sometimes difficult to understand what was said in chat. But I want to encourage people to participate in the channel. I definitely don't want to. I definitely don't want to. I don't want people to feel like they have to hold back. It's kind of my job to make sure that I keep things on track. But your last ones are geometry and Spanish. Okay, so as the tag will indicate, I'm Canadian, so my equivalent would have been French. And unfortunately, I never got a level of fluency from my French education. I guess Spanish 3 would be they give different levels. I don't know if we ever had that ranking for French. Geometry is wonderful, though. I don't really remember if we had specific geometry past a certain point in my schooling. I actually feel like I was understudied in geometry, but I feel like until you start doing courses like analysis, which I'm assuming you may not have encountered, uh, but I'm trying to think of cases where students get exposed to proofs. And the one thing that I've really learned, because, in terms of my own studies and my own interests, I'm not a particularly good mathematician, but I've had to do what I think, for lack of a better term, would be considered by most to be difficult math. I've definitely learned that the most important math stuff that you can really learn is that process of proving and sort of establishing that something exists, or something's unique. In fact, existence and uniqueness is like half of the game, when it comes to a lot of mathematics. And very little of it is actually just grinding out equations or like just getting that right number. Like, it's important to understand the process well enough to be able to get that correct number. It's not something that's something you should ignore. And obviously, if you understand the rules well, you should be able to get that correct answer. But we do also live in an age where computing is very inexpensive, and it's something that, to a certain extent, if you understand the rules well, you should also be able to give them to a computer to get you that correct number. And so as a result, that's just a very long way of saying that unless we want to start, giving students a copy of Rudin, which is this very small but incredibly dense mathematics textbook, university textbook, which is, I think, a very common introduction to real analysis. I don't know. I'd definitely like to see more geometry, because I just think there is something about being able to start with a set of premises and or axioms, I guess, and to be able to, build your argument for why it must be the case that this thing is true. I have no idea if that's at all related to the geometry you're doing, but I think I have a great admiration for it, although I maybe don't have any particular strengths for it myself. Anyways, so just back to out there, long story short with it. This guy, I think proofs, I don't know. I don't know if you particularly like geometry. I know mathematics it's kind of hard. Like if you're wired a certain way, you can really enjoy math. And I don't even think it's a question of being a math person, although that is also something that people do. Like, I think that is something that people often feel. But at least in terms of things that, in retrospect, having sort of gone through my schooling now, I would say the ability to do a proof and understand that is one of those things that can actually put you on a very firm foundation for whatever you wind up doing later. And I just also think in terms of like just a life skill, it's actually a very helpful way, because essentially it's this thing that, like, every once in a while I get a comment about having a degree of empathy, and it's hard, right? Because I don't always consider myself a particularly empathetic person. Like, I don't know, I guess it's because of the usual perception of, like, empathetic people are like bleeding hearts, and I don't think anybody's really accused me of being like a bleeding heart or like super progressive in my beliefs or anything like that. Like, I also don't think I'm like super conservative unless they're particularly fixed in a set of political beliefs themselves. But where I think that came from, and I mean, again, if one person says that doesn't necessarily make it true, but it's nice. I think I can think of worse things that I've been called than empathetic. That is actually a fairly nice thing for people to say, frankly. But I think where that has come from is that when I talk with people, that type of thinking has allowed me to sort of say, it's like, okay, so, this person thinks differently from what I do, right? Whether that's a political belief or, any of those sorts of things that we disagree with. But, you just allowing yourself to say, either what are the things that need to be true for, their belief to be true, or alternatively, what are these things that this person thinks is true, and how does it follow to that endpoint? It can also be very useful in argument, right? So if you're trying to convince someone otherwise, being able to sort of understand a value that is important to them, because very often, like, I'm going to speak specifically in politics here because I have worked on political campaigns, although my role was not necessarily to convince people, but insofar as maybe you want to convince people on a political issue, because people have a tendency to get very wrapped up on a particular team, whether it is a candidate or whether it is you know, like, I don't want to like go too far down the road of specific political examples, but I'll give you an example here. Like, there's something a little bit strange that somebody's opinion on gun control should be a good predictor of their beliefs on reproductive rights. These aren't really two issues that should be related in any meaningful way. But because we have a tendency, and this is obviously a very American example, you know, in the case, I mean, sure, in Canada too, you know, you'd see an alignment that way, but Canada is a very different set of, you know, gun control laws, and also very different, you know, a very different set of laws regarding reproductive rights. But the I guess the thing is that that's kind of a symptom of where you will see this bundling with a particular set of political beliefs. And again, that's kind of the team's side, as opposed to it being sort of a set of core, you know, core beliefs that people have. And being able to sort of discuss what's really at stake for someone, and to be able to say, well, you know, does this party, does this individual, does this, you know, candidate, does this law really line up with what's important to you? Being able to come to terms with what someone is, you know, what their values are is something that can usually help you sort of carry the day. I think one of the problems is that generally nowadays people tend not to feel like they need to convince, that essentially they either disqualify or, you know, they'll you know, they just kind of feel like they need to get that 50% plus one to sort of force someone over onto another side. And I think there's something that we lose when that happens. But I guess where I'm trying to go with this, like I said, there's always a danger to bring the political element inside of it. But it's just one of these things where I think running and doing proofs is like a skill. It's a very adaptable kind of skill that I think will help. You know, it just helps you get stuff done. So I'll read next message, and I'll get my intro back in again because I realize it's been about 10 minutes. I mean, it's nice to give people a chance to sort of roll back into the stream because I know I'm starting late. But I'll read the comment. I'll reintroduce the broadcast. I might actually need to refill my water. I'll let the game load up when I do that, and then we will have a nice proper session with Out There. So you'd say you have a normal amount of empathy, but what's kind of weird is that you physically react to dangerous, damaging situations you see on videos. I watch Shai, UrbanX YouTuber, and whenever he does something a really dangerous crime, your toes and fingers start hurting. I actually kind of know what that feels like. There's definitely been a couple of things I've seen, even in fictional contexts, where I can definitely like feel the level of you know, tension rise up, or, you know, I don't have a lot of, I guess, traditional phobias. I guess I can't think of a whole lot of them. I used to have a problem with spiders, but like now I generally just kind of pick them up and put them outside if I do anything with them. But and even then, that's fairly rare now. It's usually just if they're in the way. Like, so if there's like a spider in the bathtub, I don't want to drown the thing. But I'm maybe not going to be like, oh, okay, well, I'll just, you know, put it in the kitchen, because it's like, well, I also don't want the thing like sitting in a bowl of, yeah, that I'm going to put my oatmeal in. So like generally I'll take it outside there, but yeah, with that in mind, like in certain like, so if somebody's up really high in a video, in a documentary or something like that, I'll definitely sort of feel a little bit wobbly, and yeah, like that's a funny one, but I kind of know what you're talking about there. So back to Out There. You know, not only is the developer being really patient with me, you know, taking so long to get back to this game, but apparently taken so long for me to get back to play this game right now. So this was a game that I wanted to spend a little time talking about, because I I guess one thing that surprises me a little bit was I saw the trailer for it. I was really intrigued, and I think I was really intrigued because I saw that parallel to Starflight. Now, I realize Starflight is not the only game to have been really influential. Actually, so far as I can tell, Star Control 2 might even be more influential than that, and apparently may be quite similar to Starflight. I don't know because I haven't played it. But, having played some Starflight, I thought, Out There would be a really interesting contrast to what I'd been playing. And more importantly, it just looked really fun. Like, it looked like a game that I would be into, and it seems to be sort of a modernization or a polish of a successful game that this studio had put out called Out There. I think the version, it's called like Out There Omega Edition. So this was an earlier game. I think Omega Edition's like a 2015 game or something like that. So, fairly old. Maybe what surprised me the most is that when I took a look at the reviews lately, and this is true when I played it last, it's actually mixed. And I think what surprised me was that I quite liked it. I thought visually it was really, really good. I thought when I was playing it, I was having a good time going through it. And when I kind of went through the reviews, what it feels like is that there's a lot of comments in terms of people saying that the game is too early. Too easy. There are a couple comments about bugs in that. Now, I haven't encountered any bugs, but I've noticed. I noticed that the biggest complaint seems to be that this game is too easy. Now, that's not really a defect in my mind. Like, maybe I'll get to the end and I'll sort of see where people are coming on this. But like, I've had enough fun sort of going in there and being enjoying the fantasy of being a starship pilot, of being the one-eyed badass that you play in this. And so for me, like maybe the difficulty isn't like the main point, or maybe I'm just missing that frame of reference of the original game. And I think there's a very interesting, like, to me, I think there's actually a very interesting difference, which is that if this game is intended to be for people who liked, Out There Omega Edition, I think a change in difficulty can be a very big rift and potentially something that will, hey, Takri, good to see you. I'm sorry for taking so long to get started. I know I saw you respond to the tweet that vastly underestimated the time that it would take me to start the broadcast. But yeah, what I think is interesting here is that there may be a bit of a difference between the people who liked the original Out There and then the audience like me who'd maybe not played or even heard of the original Out There and are enjoying Oceans of Time in its own right. And in that case, my impression of this game is quite a bit more favorable. So the other reason why I really wanted to jump back into this game is that I suspect, like, just taking a look at the scary orange text that appears on some games, I'd kind of like people to just take another look at this game and see if it's worth their see if it's worth their time, see if it's something that maybe they agree with in terms of the overall assessment. Because I don't know, like, just because I like a game doesn't mean the world is necessarily going to, but I definitely feel like there are other games out there that are probably more deserving of a mixed than Out There. And I think the best that I can do is, giving people a chance to, give this game another look. And more importantly, just giving myself a chance to, to enjoy this game a little bit more. But I also wanted to take a second and sort of acknowledge the fact that I was given a key from the developer for promotional purposes. I, haven't been asked to say anything about the game, but I know there's always that worry, if you're broadcasting, are you misleading people, right? And so the usual routine is just say when you're playing a game you've been given the key for. But at this point, I've done that, and we're ready for the game. 20 minutes after getting started. I'm actually going to read this introduction, and then I'm actually going to step away for a really quick second because I'd like to refresh my water, and I actually kind of needed to go to the bathroom. I sort of really rushed to get started, and then I think this 20 minutes here has been the prep I would have been doing if I didn't do otherwise. So just give me a quick second here. Welcome to Out There Oceans of Time. We've spent 3 years pouring our heart and soul into making this game and are extremely excited to show it to the world. This is actually the first game launch for a lot of the development team, so everyone's excited and proud to finally show everyone what we've been working so hard on for the past few years. We're committing to keep working on Out There Oceans of Time, so keep an eye out for future developments, as we'll have more to share. But we can only make the game better with you, so in the meantime, please send us all of your feedback, bugs, and anything via our Discord channel, and help us make Out There even more special. With love, Miklos and Modern Wolf. Alright, so I'm going to leave you with this big fancy ship. Again, I apologize for being so late and then starting with a break right away, but it's probably better that I do this now rather than stop, well, one, I don't want to I don't want to get a water bottle beside them. I don't want to become someone like that. So I'll just take care of business, refill my water, and we'll be back momentarily. Please talk amongst yourselves. See you in a little bit. Okay, we are ready to begin in earnest. Also, Cree, I'm sorry, I should have said I hope your broadcast went well. I think you were playing Vampire? But Crack Steve, good to see you too. Okay, so for those of you who weren't here when we first started this, basic premise of the game is that I'm doing all right. I'm coming back to a game that I really liked that was released earlier this month, Out There Oceans of Time. And you didn't pick a bad time to stop by, because I'm going to give a very brief summary of kind of what's happened before. basically, we were responsible for transporting a very high-profile prisoner. It's essentially the kind of creature that would become the a high or a evil overlord of the galaxy, a Xenu, if you will. But basically, the ship that we're transporting it on is attacked. We're overtaken. We eject, and we have woken up. Sounds important not to let out. I agree. But we failed, and essentially our escape pods were sort of let out of our cryo sleep. I think it's hundreds of years after the event. And so this creature has effectively escaped and has taken over a number of systems. And so our job here is to, part of the initial missions actually are sort of rebuilding everything, but essentially we're trying to sort of get back and make things right. And so we're the two original crew members from the introduction. We've gotten not our ship back, but a ship back. And what's neat about this game is that there's a degree of resource management. You actually have a limited amount of space on your ship, but you wind up having to build certain resources, not only to continue operating in terms of just having enough sort of oxygen and ship maintenance, but also to be able to build new modules to make you more effective at doing different things. But on top of that, you also have to sort of send your crew down onto planets, which will have varying degrees of hazards. And so as a result, there's sort of a little bit of a role-playing element to it as you encounter. I'm really curious with these two. Okay, so the meteor. I was wondering, are they going to collide? It's no, they're just going to go in between each other. But yeah, it was. I don't know. It's a neat one. I'm interested in seeing where the story goes. But it looks like there are these different storage systems, and so this game is a little roguelike-ish, but it does seem to give you save points, so you don't start all the way from the beginning. It does seem to give you sort of these fixed points where, well, I guess it's not really roguelike if you have fixed saves. I guess it's just like any other game. I guess nowadays it's kind of more of an expected thing that you'll be able to save anywhere, but I know when I played, oh God, what game was it? I don't know. I feel like there's a couple older games that I played, which it felt like it would restrict where you could save. Anyways, I'm going to shut up and we can enjoy the game. And Cree says, yes, fun. You had to get info from some cyber criminal lady that wanted to wipe out all the vampires. Oh, okay. I'm actually kind of curious. You do. So I know for some games, so for the lady afterwards for Weather Factory, it's kind of like a standalone scenario. It's not so much a setting where you will come up with your own stories. It's something that kind of you play it once, and there are surprises where if you know what's coming, it's just a very different kind of game experience. But I guess for Vampire, most people are telling their own stories, right? There isn't like a preset adventure. Because I mean, again, I'm just kind of showing my ignorance of tabletop. I was a little surprised to find out that FASA, the people who make BattleTech, actually started off as a company who made adventures for a science fiction game called Traveller, and then moved into sort of making their own things. But I'd kind of always associated role playing with writing your own adventure, writing the adventure was part of the experience. But then I sort of found out that actually for a lot of people, you just either buy an adventure or you use an existing one. And I don't quite know which one Vampire's like. Yeah, I mean, overall, visually, Noxkai, this is a very attractive game. Hopefully, it'll hold up once we go through. It's why I can go through. Hi, Algorithms. The current story Cree is playing is all made up by a storyteller. Cool. I mean, A World of Darkness felt like a really obviously there's a lot of video games based around it, so it's definitely a very rich environment. One setting I actually thought was really interesting was Mage the Ascension, I think, which had a really interesting take on magic. But again, I can only ever really appreciate this stuff as like a set of rules. I've never really had the benefit of like playing a lot of these things firsthand. And yeah, we'll call out the out there menu visual ASMR. Werewolf and Vampire Player. Werewolf's got to be a really interesting game now too, because again, that's one I've never even read the book for Werewolf, but I obviously the concern for environmental issues have just grown so much since that game first came out. That's definitely got to take on a very different resonance now. Okay, yeah, that's neat. All right, we're gonna jump in. I've spent half an hour. I don't know. It's nice to catch up with everyone, though. I appreciate you all hanging out. The one World of Darkness game I have played actually was Hunter the Reckoning, which is I believe actually had a video game. It's like a super old one, and I've never played it, but that was something of an unusual one because it's in this case you're pushing back against the things that you'll encounter in most World of Darkness games. And there's definitely supernatural elements towards it. You're certainly not you're not prey, let's say, but it's certainly a very kind of a very interesting perspective. I'm not quite sure about the loading here. I'm just gonna assume I'm being impatient. But yeah, no, please, Ulgrins, don't feel. I mean, the worst that'll happen is if there's too much for me to handle, I may just roll back a little bit on my my back and forth, or like my back and forth. I might spend a little more time focusing on the game, but I want to encourage people to talk. Otherwise, I don't have a broadcast. There's a really fun one you started to play but didn't get very far. Demon the Fallen. You basically make two characters to play because you are a demon that possessed a human. Oh, interesting. So you play the underlying human as well as the creature possessing them. That is a neat idea. And Crack Steve's been playing D&D more often. The classic. So from what I understand, again, I'm kind of more of a tourist in this RPG session. Apparently there's sort of like a schism that's happened where like there's Wizards of the Coast D&D, but then there's this rule system Pathfinder that was like, it kind of was developed by a bunch of people who didn't like the direction where Wizards of the Coast was taking it. And apparently it seems like Pathfinder has some very permissive rules in terms of making supplemental material for it. So as a result, there's a bunch of kind of companies that have sprung up kind of making different modules and expansions to it. Is this an accurate representation of what's been going on, or have I completely missed it? By the way, again, beautiful looking game. This is not the ship you start off with, incidentally. This is the one that we acquired from the site of our wreckage. Oh, interesting. Oh, yes, that's right. I think I was going to have to make some hard choices in terms of setting up quarters for another crew. Okay, each ship can accommodate a limited number of crew. Some modules allow this value to be increased. To build a regular cabin, first a storage slot must be freed up. There are several options: disassemble a piece of technology, disassemble a module, or discard resources. Okay, so I think I wanted to keep the platinum so that I could build something. The alternative would be the smallest cost would be getting rid of the thorium. Alternatively, getting rid of the silicon is... or silicon. It does say this is common. Da, 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 da. I seem to remember I paid up for some platinum before, so I'm a little reluctant to give that up or to use it for oxygen. I could definitely use some iron in the hull, and then chuck out whatever's not. Yeah, well, here, let's... Oh, can I not? Surely I can... Can I not do a repair right now? I really feel like this is something I should be able to do. There we go. Okay, that solves the conversion issue. Oh god, they're really gonna make me do this? Okay, well, I guess I need to turn... Oh wow, that's really good I didn't get rid of the silicon. Okay, so we'll build this module slot. And... I used up all the iron, so I can't build a basic bunk. Alright, well... What are you gonna do, right? At least we know what I need next time. Hey, Telray Best. This is Out There Oceans of Time. So we did an adventure earlier on. This is actually something... I can't remember who had recommended this earlier, but someone in chat had brought this up, and I was like, oh, it's funny you should mention that, because that's actually a game that we've been playing, and I'm coming back soon. Back too soon, but we'll... Yeah, I'm gonna need a minute to, or not a minute. I'm gonna need to go back, get back to this at some point. So back to the. Oh, are they not gonna let me? Oh, that's not good. I can't get out of this menu. Okay, so now I know what they're talking about bugs wise. I believe I cannot leave this screen until I build the crew slot, but I don't have the iron required. Okay, well, this will be easy. I'm just gonna Alt F4, and we can jump back in. So sorry about the rough start. But yeah, I tell you, this is a really neat little sort of roguelike-ish resource management sci-fi. If you liked watching me play Starflight, I think this is going to be, you're going to feel right at home. I don't know, I like this. Friends convinced you to play a weird superhero thing that ended in Ohio's detonation. What do they have against Ohio? And then Piazzo made modules for Wizards of the Coast for a while, and then built Pathfinder over an older D&D like 3.5. They're both just as easy to make homebrew for now, though, especially with sites like D&D Beyond. Cool. Pathfinder has a lot more and a lot harsher rules. And Noxcam says the only memories you have of D&D Beyond is getting mad about how hard creating a race or class was. Does it have cookies? Out There be Oceans of Time. So far as no cookies yet, but we're earlier on. All right, let's hit continue. I suppose now I know not to mess with the iron. So let's try that again. So I'm gonna chuck the thorium. Oh god, they're really gonna make me... See, what I want to do is, like... Well, okay, I'll stop. What I wanted to do is move the cobalt into this slot so that... But anyways. Now I can build a basic bunk. Your ship can now accommodate new crew members. Understood. Oh, okay, cool. We actually can get 2 new crew members. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, no, no. Okay, there we go. D&D was taken over by Wizards of the Coast. They bought out the 4th edition, scrapping the old game support. 4th was rather different, so Piazzo wrote their own version of D&D, calling it Pathfinder. I actually noticed, too, on Humble, which technically I do have an affiliate link with. I just know it doesn't get used that much, and honestly, that's partly because there isn't always that big of a reason to use it. But I think they had I think there's a science fiction version called Starfinder, which I'd be mildly intrigued by if I sort of understood what the big deal is. Like, the thing is that I don't quite know what makes Pathfinder interesting, and so as a consequence, I don't know if a science fiction version of Pathfinder is my sort of thing, especially if somebody doesn't get a chance to do much tabletop role-playing. Like, you know, it might be a Humble bundle, it might be a really good or like really low-cost deal, but like, if I don't use it, any amount of money is more money than I really should be spending on it. But I'm intrigued just because Pathfinder is one of these things that people keep referring to, and so it makes me feel like I'm sort of missing out, and it might be something that I might enjoy. Starfinder's fun? Okay, interesting. So I might want to... Okay, actually, this is... I hate doing too much advertising, but... For those of you that are interested... Uh-oh. Maybe I don't have a chance to bring this up. Ah, never mind. Looks like it's done. Oh, that's fine. Basically as good as the GM story. Yeah, I kind of figured that's true for a lot. It's like when you're like, it'd be nice. It would be nice if the world was a little more fair in this regard, but like, you can have someone tell you like a really important and meaningful story, like getting in touch with a long lost relative that, you know, they'd been separated very early on and how much it meant to them, and it can be like the most tedious story in the world, and then you can have someone sort of tell you their commute to work, and they just happen to be a really good storyteller, and that commute to work story winds up being so much more interesting than the I was reunited with a long lost relative story. And it's obviously that's just entirely based on someone's storytelling ability. So, needless to say, I envy people who have the benefit of some good DMs, storytellers, GMs, whatever the proper terms are. Let's take a minute here and launch, and then hopefully we should be able to. All right. So this is the mission we're on. Past mistake. So we've already gone to the scene of the attack. We've going to the Atlas. So this is the system we are in right now. We need to find and transport a forager to the Atlas to decipher the station's olfactory information. That's right. I'd forgotten about this. So basically, there is this site that we're at has it's a vast network of information, but the information is transmitted through scent. And so we need to find one of these creatures, a forager, to be able to interpret what's in this what's on the Atlas. So recruitment can be performed in primitive village, on garden planets, or on rarer civilized planets. Okay. So I fortunately have my tablet with me, so I was taking some notes while I was playing this game, and I know that there is a higher likelihood of running into certain types of planets based on the star type. So let me just take a second here and bring this up. Nope, a lot of Terra Invicta notes. Also, apparently I have some satisfactory notes here somewhere. Oh, I feel a little bad saying this because there's nothing more irritating than people holding secrets and like knowing they're holding secrets, but I got some rather good news, and it's related to writing, and I'm hoping to get it done quickly so then I will be able to tell you all about it. But I got something that not only I was really happy about, but when I got to share it with a couple of people, they were really happy about it. And I will be sure to share that as soon as I can. But I also have a whole lot ahead of me today. So on top of doing the stream, I'm going to have to get some reading caught up and some writing. And maybe I'll get some sleep in. But let's focus on the task at hand. So looks like white dwarfs have a little bit of everything. The last neutron star I visited had 3 garden worlds, and yellow dwarfs also have garden worlds. So it would seem to me like going to this yellow dwarf is the best, or is the highest likelihood of me achieving this goal. Now, I'll just draw your attention up to the resources that we have here. So we've got fuel, oxygen, hull, and morale, and you'll notice that you lose a little bit for each trip that you go on, and then also when you enter into orbit of certain worlds, you'll also potentially lose some of those resources. Now you have options. You have ways of you basically have ways of mining for resources, but part of what you need to do in this game is make sure that you are maintaining the right levels of resources, especially given that you are, as you can see, you're limited in cargo space. In fact, I would argue that the more effective your ship is, so far as equipment is concerned, the less likely you are. Well, you've all played Darkest Dungeons. Packs laden with loot are often short on, or low on supply. So in this case here, one of the things you can try and do to maybe have a little bit of a leaner operation as far as your ship is concerned is just to sort of know what systems to go into and recover resources from. So for instance, my hull is quite low. One thing I might want to consider would be to go to rocky planets in order to be able to mine that out. But because we do have a goal right now of bringing certain species on board, we're going to go recruit on the garden planets. So away we go. More pretty visuals for you all to look at. Okay. So there's the sun now. For the sun, apparently you can engage with the stars in the system, but you do need a better a better ship, like better equipment. So in this case, we're going to visit at least one of the garden planets. We'll go to the closer one first. They both cost the same. Now, one of the things that's kind of nice here is when you visit garden worlds, you actually replenish your oxygen automatically, so you don't necessarily have to hold oxygen in your, like on your ship on its own. So we'll start by landing. Now, one thing I may want to do is drill. That can get me some resources. I'm kind of debating on it. Actually, it looks like there are no anomalies for me to check out, so that's the only thing I can do here. Well, let's give it a shot. So I think what I used to do was I'd start with an 8. Now we've already got sort of maximum oxygen already, so the question is would I want to store some or not. This is pretty good as far as hull is concerned, but I want to be a little cautious on my fuel for now, so. And because there's no villages for us to visit, we actually just take off. Alright, so we'll zoom out. Let's visit the other garden planet, see if there's an anomaly we can check out. Okay, we can. Now, one thing I had forgotten to do, if you take a look at the crew, you can actually assign people to different roles. So I should have been doing this a little bit earlier. I think it's a bit late to do this now. In any case, we'll now we'll scan for anomalies. So this, if you've played Mass Effect, this probably looks familiar. Although this also is kind of similar to Starflight in its own way, and of course, Starflight was an influence on Mass Effect. So, okay, so we've got Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. So the game will give you a few indicators in terms of the both the benefits and the hazards. So the Alpha anomaly would... Now, this is one... In practice, this is basically one of multiple solutions to this particular anomaly. So in general, though, if I see this indicator, I want to make sure I have a crew member that's capable of doing it. I think this is the... Or no, this is the technician indicator. I'll get the correct titles in a little bit. There are 3 of these. I have 2 of 3. All right, Seam of Resources. Now, if you notice, there's 2 different hazard levels. So this one, possible rewards, minerals, omega, and blueprints, risks fever and bleeding. This one, quite dangerous, but will potentially give me minerals and objects. And finally, the Gamma anomaly has a village as a point of interest. So under normal circumstances, I'd probably want to try the Alpha anomaly because it is lower risk, and blueprints and omega are actually pretty nice. However, it did say that we would be able to get a one of the species that we want from a village. So in this case, we're going to land and go to the village and see if we can achieve our goals. Now, because it said the risks are low, I'm going to guess that we don't need to worry. Like, I'm probably not going to be able to show you the hazards, but that's fine. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that I don't think it's bad that we're in danger. Okay, so actually it turns out Yellow was a survivor, so Nyx is the captain. It's important to remember, if either Nyx or Sergei die, that's the end of the game. Both of these characters have to survive. The rest of the crew, though, who cares about them? Also, I forgot that we ran out of objects. Actually, I'm going to say no object for Nyx, just because it's not a... So I do like the idea of getting some experience from opening chests. But yeah, because Nyx, all that she can really grant right now is Sacred Ointments, and I don't really need Swiftness on a world that's not dangerous. I think I'm just going to leave that be for now. So we'll go on the expedition. So the game has, the outer space level, and this is the on land part. And again, I kind of talked previously about Starflight. It's not identical to Starflight, but you can kind of get a little bit of a feel for it in terms of just doing these explorations and trying to achieve your goals, particularly with regards to resource management. I think there's kind of enough. There's enough similarity there to made me take notice. Now, again, if you haven't seen me play Starflight, that the reference doesn't really mean that much. But okay, so this is a bit of a dead end, but that's fine. I believe so. Based on some of the reviews, I noticed that people were talking about there being there was like some kind of a resource to make sure that you would not do basically what I do on these. So like, because there isn't some kind of a timer or there isn't like an oxygen resource or anything like that, I basically spend all my time walking around the planet exploring. I don't really worry that much about anything I might run into. Now, there can be hazards, so you want to avoid the hazards, but in my particular case, I don't mind just kind of wandering around the planet's surface. If I'm making contrasts to Starflight, then obviously one difference here is that in Starflight you've got fuel. And again, it's not that there aren't resources in Out There, but in the case of Out There, the resource limitations is more in the interstellar travel rather than on a planetary level. So, but I figured I'd maybe, for some of you this may be just repetition, but in this case I thought it may not be a bad idea to just sort of explain that right now, because the game hasn't necessarily given me a reason to sort of hurry up. I sort of like taking my time, smelling the roses on the planet, and getting whatever exploration I can done at my leisure. There is a small benefit if you use all of your ability points. I believe you get an experience bonus at the end. Of course, the catch is that if you are a little too hasty to use your abilities... Oh, is that the... Okay, that's a destroyed temple. That's the village. If you're a little too hasty to use your ability points, you may get in trouble. Okay, here we go. We come across large raised stones, the only remaining testament to a millennial cult that align themselves with celestial bodies. They believe that such heavenly bodies made decisions about a now-vanished civilization. We pause to reflect on the past. So we could study the external garden. Apparently we get a point of interest. We could rebuild the prayer room, so that will get us a module blueprint at the expense of some health points. Now, this actually isn't a big worry for me because with my med bay on my ship, I'm actually able to heal up my... I'm able to heal people up in between missions. So point of interest is interesting, but I think in this case I'm going to rebuild the prayer room. So 1 lost health point. Regular cabin module blueprint has been added to the database. Cool. So that might be a slightly higher comfort than the bunks. Did I not get anything from that? Fluoride and pain suppressor. That's right. And lithological map. Again, not 100% sure what those are going to get me right now, but also not critical. I think that's it for our exploration. So normally what I like to do is I kind of leave the main objective for last, because that's going to tell me where I'm at as far as all my skill points are concerned. All right. Right. It looks cool. Our response sends gentle ripples of mirth through the alien's body. It waves to the shopkeepers near us, then signals to us which of the stalls is its own. Okay, let's start with recruitment. So this is a forager. This is what we need. And it will... I don't know if this is getting me extra morale or if this is the cost. Either way, though, we have room for it, so... now, what I would have preferred was something that is... There's a green trait which is related to your ability to interact with other species. Unfortunately, I don't have that. But that's fine. We'll worry about... Okay. I'm learning a little bit here. So this is how trade works. You've got a, good for us, not good for us rating here. I'm just trying to think if there's other things. So like platinum and copper are somewhat rare items for me to pick up. So as you can see, oh wait, that's... So as you can see, this is really unfavorable to the seller. So what I'm going to try and do now is see if I can sell off some valuables. The game had sort of indicated this item of value cannot be equipped during expeditions. It does not take up space in the ship's cargo hold and only serves as an exchange currency during trade. So I'm assuming that is true for the Onyx, the Wind Reader, like all of these as well. So in this case, I've actually got some spare currency to trade with. The other thing that I can do is maybe try selling off some of the resources that I don't have an immediate need for. But one thing I'd like to do is see if I can sell off some of these plants because I don't really have any immediate use for them. I think we'd already made some decisions in terms of keeping certain items. So at this point, I'm going to trade off anything I don't have immediate use for. Okay, so as you can see, this is still pretty heavy in our favor. So I'm going to switch the priority around a little bit. Okay. The other alternative instead of resources would be, or actually, hang on. Trying to see if I can just get that last little bit of value out of all this. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I seem to like grabbing blueprints as much as I can. Any chance of Industries tonight? Sorry, Immortal Velody. Normally, I try to stick with one game at a time. So, Industries of Titan will normally be a Wednesday game. I'll just maybe caution you that next Wednesday we're most likely going to be going to Phantom Brigade because of the new update. But most likely times to catch me doing Industries of Titan will be Wednesdays, and then if I do them on other days, I'll be sure to tweet them out. But thank you for letting me know that that's something of interest, because I'm not opposed to adding extra days of Industries of Titan to the schedule. As it is, I've got a few things on my plate, but I appreciate you asking, because obviously I like knowing what people are interested in. But yeah, sorry to disappoint, but we'll definitely be going back to it, but I'm going to have to be juggling some things around. Okay. So again, I just mostly did that so that I could get the blueprint. We don't have any more recruitment to do, so we'll now leave the village. And one last thing I can try and do just to improve my my overall. Well, there's no way we're going to be clearing out our. Yeah, there's no real way that we're going to be using up all of our skills, but I just have abilities that let me heal, so. Do you want to board the ship and end the expedition? Yes. So remembering we were trying to get a forager, which we did. Some minor experience bonuses, but nothing, nothing critical. Now there's a couple things that I need to do here. So we've got regular cabin and recruit dormitory. So the minerals, I believe, are going to take up space on the ship, which I need to work with. God tier DK, thank you very much for the follow. So what I'm going to do here is just run this through the refinery. Now, remember earlier on I was able to assign different crew members to different jobs. That should still be true. Oh, looks like I can't until... Yeah, so normally I can put a crew member on a refining job, but I think because I don't have enough space, it's forcing me to make a call on this. Oh, I actually have to put this on the ship. Oh no, there we go. So the minerals that you get are kind of a probabilistic affair. You're never guaranteed a drop. But in that case, it was a resource that I had, so I'm not going to complain too much about that. So let's just take a quick second here. So right now I've got a basic bunk, so -5 comfort, but +2 crew capacity. The recruit dormitory is -10 comfort +3 crew. So double the discomfort, but 1 extra room. Ooh, remember this game? I think you have it on your phone. Yeah, so Jetpack, 123rd of your name. Jetpack, this is actually the... this was released earlier this month. This is actually sort of the new and improved version. This is called Out There Oceans of Time. So this is kind of it's a follow-up to the game. I don't know if it's a direct sequel, but this is basically their follow-up with a bit more polish. Visually, I think this is a gorgeous game, but I believe that this game was put on mobile, and then I think the desktop version is now called Out There Omega, but definitely or Omega Edition. But this is definitely a game. Same developer made it, Miklos Studio, and I haven't played the original, but I suspect that's probably the one you've played. Oh wow! So this is clearly better than my basic bunk. Now the thing I'm a little worried about here is that I'm gonna have to give up. Like I'm wondering if the game is gonna like kick me in the nuts and say, because you destroyed the bunk, you're not allowed to have your recruit anymore. So I'm going to inefficiently. I'm actually gonna wind up throwing away a resource. Maybe I want to get rid of the iron. It's a risk to do this, but well, or I could do it with the hydrogen. Yeah. Well, no, if I do that with the hydrogen, I'm not quite that brave yet. Okay, let's repair our hull. I'm going to switch this into a module slot. No, actually, I'm going to move the cobalt over here. I'll switch this into a module slot. Here, I'm going to build the regular cabin. So that will let me disassemble. Yes. I'll convert this into a storage slot. So we're still out the iron, but I can at least feel a little bit better about myself. Okay, so I'm probably gonna want to go to a rocky planet and a gas giant to refuel my fuel and my iron. Welcome aboard, Forager. Are you familiar with space travel? No, but I enjoy any new experience. It is fertile ground. We need your help. Have you heard of the Atlas? His name does not sound familiar. Why? It is a world completely covered in flowers. We believe it stores information, but we do not know how to decrypt it. With this, I can help you. How awful it must be having such tiny, atrophied nostrils. Ah, yes, tragic. Excuse my curiosity, but would you mind telling us about your people? I've never met a forager before. We are few in number, and though we seek out new experiences, we have never been well known in the galaxy. Why not? Before we discovered life on other worlds, we spoke only through the myriad scents that surrounded us. When the resources of our planet dwindled, some of us learnt new ways of communicating. In order to exchange and communicate with alien cultures, they began to travel. Our leaders never accepted this change. Though our world is slowly dying, there remain some of us who would live, learn, and grow on behalf of all those who refuse. We are considered rebels. Fascinating. And when you say you interact with scents, we ingest them, discover the origins, feel the emotions, identify who or what generated them. We are unparalleled trackers. Impressive. You're uniquely qualified to help us on the Atlas. If a forager can't help us, I don't see who could. I'll do my best to help. In the meantime, let me share some knowledge with you. I can help you build a botanical complex on your ship. Oh, sorry, this is the forager speaking. Botanical complex technology blueprint has been added to the database. The crew has found 4 iron, 2 copper, 1 silicon, and 2 copper. I just got everything in the shape that I wanted it to. Alright, so they're going to want me to put a technology slot in. Botanical complex. Technological complex featuring a laboratory where plants can be analyzed to discover new flower types before being stored in the greenhouse to increase the crew's morale. That's cool, actually. That's going to be something that helps us. Although the game didn't give me enough resources to build the botanical complex, and it's not going to let me get out of this menu, I bet. Oh, shame on you, game. That's really, really bad. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to quit out again. Alright, so I'm encountering a few more of the bugs that were mentioned before. But yeah, Jetpack, I think to your earlier point, this definitely feels to have a little more structure on it. There's a pretty clear... Sorry, I'm actually going to try quite literally pushing all the keys, because I know last time I did the reset, that wasn't a big deal because it wasn't a big deal because oh man. Oh, well, just took a screenshot. That's a shame. Okay. It's not quite the deal breaker that it seems it is, because I voluntarily cleared out all of my iron. I just want to take a quick second here and see if there's like a disable tutorial. Nope. Okay. Yeah, so I probably should just make sure that I have... I just need to make sure I don't get rid of the iron that I had last time. We'll get through it. But yeah, I apologize. Oh, actually, that's kind of cool. So I thought that the game would only ever save... Oh, that actually might be worse now that I think of it. So I think the problem here is that... Well, we might be okay. But, yeah, if I... I'm just thinking, like, if I wind up in a situation where I don't... If I didn't have that iron at the very beginning, we might actually be sort of locked out. But that's fine. We'll work. We'll imagine it's an unexpected challenge. It's a new resource management challenge to make sure that we have the resources that we... Yeah, I don't think we need to go to new game yet, but it just occurred to me. I believe I got rid of the iron I had after we visited the village, so we should be fine. But I do appreciate we're about an hour in, and I'm really not showing you the stuff that made me like super interested in this game. So I apologize. I appreciate you all being patient with me, because I do actually think this is a really interesting and special game. Soft lock is a challenge, yeah. Okay. Okay. So we don't get the... Oh man, that sucks. I really wanted that that nice room that we got. Alright, behind a bright metal torii gate, we find the disfigured face, vast and sinister, of an ancient unknown god. Here, in the middle of nowhere, a temple was once erected, only to be abandoned by its worshippers. So in this case, we can decrease our health points for an object. We don't have... Remember I was talking about how there are 3 sort of skill types? This is the 3rd one. Or we could ignore the location. In this case, I'll perform the blood sacrifice. Sergei loses 2 health points, and we found Tanzanite, which we've now learned is a currency, basically. Okay. Nidziflorus granisauri, Rice Lab, Trigranka. Well, the far left one worked last time. Uranova Nidziflorus grocrusri. Vibrations of excitement and positive waves emanate from the alien. The reaction from our friends seems to encourage the inhabitants to come and meet us. Also, you have over Terra Invicta, good lord, and it's just... Oh, that's great. No, I'm really happy that, I mean, so like, one of the perks every once in a while on streaming is that somebody will come back. And actually, it's one of the things that's delightful are there are people who actually just visited the channel once when I was playing something, and then they will come back like afterwards. And, you know, when I've kind of forgotten about them because, you know, they haven't become a regular or something like that. But they say it's like, hey, you were doing this game and like, I really love it. I've been playing it all this time. And it's like, it's really exciting to see that, right? Because, you know, there'll be different reasons why people stream stuff. I clearly don't do it for like the vast audiences unless it's like on Steam or something like that. But it is really fun to either share something that, you know, gives people a chance to see something that maybe they wouldn't have experienced before. Or better still, to connect somebody with something that winds up being their next favorite game. So I'm delighted to hear that that, you know, people have really been able to engage with Terra Invicta. I mean, again, I don't mean to take credit where Pavonis is clearly doing the lion's share of the work, but it's really neat to hear that people have been engaging with the game, because I know I'm going to be into something like that, but the fact that there's a broader audience for it definitely tells me that, you know, there'll be more stuff like that, right? Like, obviously, if I'm the only audience for a game like Terra Invicta, there's going to be one Terra Invicta and no more. But if enough people get into it, then it means, you know, either continued support for Terra Invicta or other developers will bring their own take on that sort of thing. So I'm delighted that you're into it. I hope I get a chance to do at least one more round of it before the demos are done. But again, I've got two. I want to get back to Songs of Conquest reasonably soon, and I would also like to do this other game that I've been sitting on. So we'll see. It depends on when they close down the demo. Anyway, let's get the recruitment in. Oh, this is good. So this is a better forager for me, at least. So they have Star Therapy. Crew member loses 1 action point, heals 3 health points for 1 expedition member, and heals 1 health point for 2 expedition members. So this is a pretty cool set of abilities. And in this case, I'm just gonna recruit the second crew member. Okay, so we do have a bunch of iron, which is good. Oops. We're going to wind up giving up those plants anyway. Alright, there we go. Your only issue is that it crashed just as you got a ship and with no saves. Oh, does the demo version not let you save? Because I know, like, on the version I have, I've been able to save, but I also know that my Steam menu says press, so that may be that I may be playing a slightly different version. But yeah, sorry to for what it's worth, I haven't actually built a ship yet. I spent too much time on the broadcast talking about the game that I haven't actually built one yet. But But yeah, that is a shame. Oh, I never saw these guys running around. They look fun. Okay. So again, I got to be reluctant. I'm going to be pretty resistant to giving up any resources. It does not. You've... So I get streamer privilege. Haha! Alright, yeah, no, I'm sorry to hear that. So, I mean, it's nice that I have the option of a save because it's more likely that I'll be able to show people later events in the game. But it's definitely... Oh, I could have healed Sergey in the on the expedition. But yeah, that's a shame that you... that's a shame that people lose that progress if there's a crash. Like, I totally get, you know, a hard finish to something. I can see that, you know, sensibly being a point where you don't want to let people reload, but I figure at the very least, like, doing an autosave doesn't... Like, I figure if they let you do an autosave, in that case, the player isn't given the option... Like, the player's not going to be locking the game in at certain points, but an autosave at least is protecting someone from, like, unexpected endings. So, but, I mean, again, I don't make games. I don't know how easy it is to implement that sort of stuff. So, that's a shame, though. I'm sorry to hear that happened. So I'm just going to pause a second for some coffee. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, so that I can clearly see why they that autosave thing wouldn't work. I mean, it makes sense too because of course their background is as modders, right? So I'm definitely not going to be considering, you know, actually this is a... I mean, sometimes it's not really worth talking about people who are unkind, but I remember for Industries of Titan, there was some feedback that they got where it was somebody who had like gone in and sort of modded the game because it was on Unreal, and there are some variables that apparently you can play around with. And like to a certain extent, I thought that was kind of cool. But what they did, like the changes that they made were sort of an opportunity to be like really pushy and rude, and specifically to like Andy Wynn, who's like the lead designer on the game. And like it's such a shame, right? Like I tried to meet him halfway and be like, you know, it's really cool that you did that, but like I'm not entirely sure what you're saying is fair or like really respectful. And of course at that point they're just going to go on and talk about like what idiots Brace Yourself games are, and you know how they could do it better and stuff like that. At that point you just need to throw up your hands. So that kind of gave me a bit of a look into why, you know, you may want to be able to support that sort of stuff, but there are certain gates at which you want to be able to do that. But it's a shame, right? Because that sort of attitude also just means that there are, like, I think it's one of the reasons why when we often hear, you know, people talking about how developers should be more responsive to fans or whatever, it's like, well, you know, in principle, I agree. You know, it's nice to be able to have, you know, hear more from developers and be able to interact with them. But if the cost to the developer of that kind of openness is, you know, really unfair comments or accusations or abuse in some cases, why would they subject themselves to that? Like, that just doesn't really seem to be worth, you know, worth the trouble. It's obviously not a direct mapping in terms of what was happening with the Terra Invicta team, but I know if you have a demo, I think we talked about it earlier on too, like how it felt all of a sudden that everybody was talking about how like demos are the new hotness and you need to do demos. I'm not entirely sure that's true. I definitely think that demos are becoming a substitute for playing for playing like full games. So demos are a tool like everything else, but I definitely think limiting demos is a pretty strong there's a pretty strong argument for limiting demos, and I think being able to manipulate saves to make the demo more than what was intended is potentially a deal breaker. Yeah, absolutely, Jetpack. And it's such a shame because I don't again, I'm not quote unquote in the industry. I'm not someone who can speak with any degree of authority on this sort of stuff, but I have been lucky enough to get to know quite a few people who do work in games, and largely through streaming, but not exclusively. I've never met, so I know there's the common thing, right? Oh, lazy devs. I've never met a lazy dev. I've met overworked devs. I've met devs who will make specific choices, and ones that maybe aren't necessarily popular amongst the overall fan base. But and I mean, these are the ideas that wind up launching so many different blogs. But I've very rarely seen the creature that so many gamers want to really rip into. So, but in fairness too, one of the things I work on is tied a bit to inflation. So one of the things that I know very well out of econ is how the calculations are done to determine, to measure inflation. So for instance, people may not know this, but when we measure inflation, we're often talking about the consumer price index, but there's actually many, many more indexes or indices. So for instance, if you were to look at, in the US, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, you will actually see that there are price indices for all sorts of commodities, and the consumer price index just kind of is this representative basket of goods. And of course, there's a whole bunch of fairly complicated arguments in terms of the best ways to measure these various things. So, I am a small cog in a machine, and I'm not the sort of person, I'm not really connected to the sort of stuff that you're going to be seeing inside the newspapers about, right? What you would probably, chances are, what people are looking at in terms of newspapers would be somebody working in a national statistical agency who's specifically working for the consumer price index or whatever equivalent that country has for it. And what I tend to work on is very specialized and narrow, for better or worse. But with that in mind, right, it's hard not to say that inflation, so the thing is that this is obviously something that really affects people. It's something that everyone's going to have an opinion about, and rightly so, because, it affects our ability to go through our day-to-day lives, and, whether or not we're actually able to, get the things that we want with the hours that we've worked, right? You put in the work, you make a certain amount of money, and you have an expectation of a certain lifestyle as a result of the effort that you've put in. And obviously, raising prices, especially if you don't see your wages go up proportionately, can mean that basically your quality of life is sort of going down. There's a difference between quality of life and consumer price indices, but that's a boring conversation that I'm sure most of you will not be interested in hearing. But the reason why I'm going into that, obviously, is, I can appreciate the analogy. So, I will read a lot of op-eds about inflation, and most of it is pure nonsense. Even the most cursory. So, the thing is that if any of you want to go, and if you theoretically could access the same information that national statistical agencies have access to, there's no secret in how this stuff is measured. You can actually find the manual. There's international standards for this stuff. You can actually find that all online for free. But the trouble, of course, is having the data and also having the temperament to actually read all of that stuff. But yeah, like it's one of these things, right? Like when I'll read an op-ed on, on this material, it's like, you are kind of claiming to inform people on this issue, and it's very obvious that you've not bothered to put even the most basic understanding of this fairly important subject, for yourself, right? I mean, and again, like it sells papers, right? Like people, if people want to be mad, it sells news. So you can just talk about how unfair it all is, or whatever you want, right? Everybody's kind of got their own, because like this is also like a bipartisan kind of thing to complain about, right? If you're out of government, you can talk about how the current government is failing because of inflation. If you are on the more progressive side of things, you can talk about how it disproportionately affects people in lower income groups. That is absolutely true, by the way, because someone like me, so one, I actually don't know how many of the goods that I buy are, like, definitely my food is gone. So like I bought eggs recently. I'm like, Jesus, what happened to the price of eggs? But like, I kind of have the option to like go down a grade, right? Like I do, like for me on the margin, buying the like omega-3 eggs, free range, whatever, blue label eggs, like that's not going to break the bank for me. So if I do start noticing my grocery bills go up too high, I have the option of switching down to just the generic eggs. So I think that's going to be like a $2 difference. $2 Canadian, so like that's probably 50 cents American right now. But if you're someone who is really like making every dollar count, your chances are you're already buying like the no-name, the generic brand stuff. And so if the price there is raising, you don't have anywhere else to go. Like at that point, you're deciding what things you can afford to go without. And then of course, if you are more on the, the right side of things, right as in right wing as opposed to, correct, you might make, and I'm not making like, please keep in mind, I think there is a difference between the right and like the far right. I am not trying to make the, nationalist argument for these sorts of things. But like if you're going to talk about individual responsibility and, quality of life and all of that, you would point out that if real wages are not increasing at the rate of inflation, then ultimately it means you are kind of creating the wrong incentive structure. And that ultimately people who are, working hard are getting less for it. And this is not good. Like I said, it's a bipartisan concern. So the thing is that the reason why I'm bringing this up in the context of gaming is that like for the inflation stuff, again, this is something I'm studied in. In fact, my professor is one of the people who wrote that manual. He's incredibly good at this stuff. In fact, I was reading a book. So there's a book by a guy called Paul Samuelson called like The Foundations of Microeconomic Analysis. It's not really used nowadays, but this is considered to be like a landmark economics book. And my prof on this stuff is actually mentioned in like the preface of that. So like, again, a heavy hitter. So, again, like it's just, I have the benefit of knowing about this particular subject. But, on even less exalted subjects like gaming or that, right, you have this situation where, there's going to be a lot of people with opinions. The people with the strongest opinions are not necessarily the people who are educated. But of course, if they have a very large platform, they are going to, all of a sudden it's going to go from just, one person with an opinion to that opinion being repeated by everyone. And then all of a sudden, instead of actually solving the underlying problem, you now have a bunch of developers like trying to calm down a bunch of people enraged by someone being misinformed. And again, it's a shame because in the end, it just means that more time is spent on something that's not related to the issue at hand. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm like totally babbling on all this stuff. If you want to know about inflation, feel free to ask, but I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Instead, I'm going to stop first. We'll do the cutscene, and then I will make some decisions about building. Welcome aboard, Forager. Are you familiar with space travel? No, but I enjoy any new experience. It is fertile ground. We need your help. Have you heard of the Atlas? This name does not sound familiar. Why? It is a world completely covered in flowers. We believe it stores information, but we do not know how to decrypt it. With this, I can help you. How awful it must be, having such tiny atrophied nostrils. Yes, tragic. Excuse my curiosity, but would you mind telling us about your people? I've never met a forager before. We are few in number, and though we seek out new experiences, we have never been well known in the galaxy. Why not? Before we discovered life on other worlds, we spoke only through the myriad scents that surrounded us. When the resources of our planet dwindled, some of us learnt new ways of communicating in order to exchange and communicate with alien cultures. They began to travel. Our leaders never accepted this change. Though our world is slowly dying, there remain some of us who would live, learn, and grow on behalf of all those who refuse. We are considered rebels. Fascinating. And when you say you interact with scents, we ingest them. Discover the origins, feel the emotions, identify who or what generated them. We are unparalleled trackers. Impressive. You're uniquely qualified to help us on the Atlas. If a Voyager can't help us, I don't see who could. I'll do my best to help. In the meantime, let me share some knowledge with you. I can help you build a botanical complex on your ship. Okay, Botanical Complex Technology Blueprint has been added to the database. Crews found 4 iron, 2 copper, 1 silicon, 2 copper. Also, so Jetpack says, I like a good rant every now and then. Actually, also credit to Cree for her kind comment on YouTube video. Sorry, I probably shouldn't be crossing the two worlds, but also made a kind comment about the digressions and rants. Like, sometimes I appreciate... So, I'm actually half Australian, but like I've never had the accent. If I like go to visit, I think I can sometimes sort of half approximate it, but I haven't been there in years. But I kind of know when you have like the funny thing about Australian accents in North America is that like you kind of run into this situation where people are like, it's like, I don't even really care what you say, and I just kind of like you to keep talking. And obviously I don't have the benefit of the Australian accent, but I have been told that my voice is not unpleasant to listen to. So, I kind of get that every once in a while I can sometimes get away with just, going on about nothing. But on the other hand, Miklos was nice enough to give me a key for their game. And I think there's a benefit in being able to talk about the themes of a game and how those can relate to, how those can relate to life or those can relate to experience. And I don't necessarily mind rants like that. But, thank you, Immortal Velity. It's funny, right? Because I'm like anyone where I really don't care that much for hearing my recorded voice. But I also have heard it, and I've heard it enough times from enough people that I've learned to take the compliment. That definitely wasn't true all the time, but I've grown up a little bit. But incidentally, actually, it's comments like that. So, like, obviously, it's tough broadcasting, right? Because you can sound very needy in terms of needs for comments and interactions and things like that. Jetpack is Australian, so you do get a bit of an accent off you, though that could just be the... Yeah. I mean, I suspect probably where most of it... So I've actually noticed, like, I said against a lot, and people always would say like it's against. And I'm like, isn't that what I said? It's like, no, you said against. And I'm like, yeah, it's against, right? It's like, no, it's against. I'm actually having trouble doing the distinction between the two, and I think that might be like every once in a while a little bit of an echo of my heritage. Like I was born in Canada. I've only ever visited Australia for extended periods of time. I also don't quite know exactly the status of my citizenship. Like, so far as I can tell, I'm half Australian, but I also know I haven't voted in any elections. I'm definitely old enough to vote. So I have a feeling like if I ever go too far down that rabbit hole, I am going to have like a whole lot of fines waiting for me because I haven't been participating in the compulsory exercises in democracy that they have in the Southern Hemisphere. But I'll just assume that that's an added tax on top of my plane ticket. But yeah, with that in mind, like to the point I was making earlier, like you definitely can. It's very easy to sound very needy as a broadcaster, right? Needing that engagement or that constant stream of support and all that, but one tangible way that has actually affected the broadcast, and I think in a positive way, is when I do hear nice comments like that, they do lead me to sort of things that people seem to like. So I think you're fine. You need to claim citizenship if you recall correctly. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, especially for Australia, because I think for a while there was a period in which you couldn't have dual citizenship. Now, I'd most likely choose Canada, but like it would be nice for it to be a choice as opposed to a circumstance, particularly because as it happens, like the prof that I did the index calculation stuff with, he is actually also a professor at University of New South Wales. And I believe... Oh, no, actually, the other guy that I know went to New Zealand, not Australia, so never mind on that. But if you're overseas, you think you're not required to vote. That's good. Like, that would be sensible, right? Because I'm not opposed to the idea of Australia having compulsory voting. I don't necessarily think it fixes things the way that people claim it does. I know in Canada, there's a lot of people really mad about the idea that we're still on first past the post. And I just think that, like, my own belief is that people optimize for the electoral system that they have, so that like people don't just brainlessly like vote the same way every election, and that changing the system necessarily changes the the overall intention. And I think that would just largely be because, you know, for all of these claims that the third parties make, like if you take a look at countries like Australia and New Zealand, you do still sort of see, you kind of see these shifts between the, you know, two large parties. And then in the case of something like in Europe, so in Germany, you have these coalitions of parties. And it's kind of hard to see that the policies are necessarily all that different. Although, again, it's a really hard argument to make one way or the other. But I wouldn't be super opposed to it. The thing I don't like is the shape of the argument that goes something along the lines of, like, you know, everyone thinks like me, you know, this election resulted in the party I don't like getting in, therefore the current system is corrupt and needs to be changed. Like, I would really like it if people could have a slightly more grounded argument, kind of consistent with the public good, as opposed to their particular political preferences. So that's one where I'm like not closed off to the idea. Like, so I can kind of see the arguments both ways. Like, Jetpack really likes compulsory voting. And, you know, for me, there's a side of me where I say, it's like, well, you know, the right to vote is presumably is also the right to abstain. But, you know, I wouldn't be like personally, my behavior would not change that much in terms of elections. I even vote in municipal elections, which honestly I think are the things that actually affect your day-to-day life even more. So asking too much of the general public. Yeah. Well, I always target for the ideal. All right, to develop a botanical complex, a storage slot must be freed up. There are several options: disassemble a technology, disassemble a module, discard resources. So in this case, we're going to axe the hydrogen because we need the fuel anyway. So I would have preferred to... Oh yeah, it's really going to force me on this. Okay, well, there's a botanical complex. I think I'm gonna... Oh, I can do this one at a time, I guess. When placed here, the flower will produce an effect until it withers. +3 morale per survivalist every 4 interstellar voyages. Clusania. This older generation of flower can grow up to 40 centimeters high. Its bright colors are a joy to behold. Number of trips remaining before the next effect, 4 turns. Cool. Flowers with unwanted effects can be recycled. This action will destroy the flower and replenish the ship's oxygen reserves a little. This is a neat idea. I was wondering what the plants were for. A donkey vote is an abstain? Please keep in mind, I'm not holding Russia up as an example of democratic ideals, but I believe in Russia there was a system, it may still be a system where there's sort of like I'm like none of the above option, and effectively that is the expression of, I am voting, but I am specifically expressing my discontent with the options. And essentially, like, the principle would be that because of that particular expression, this is something of a proxy for the overall legitimacy of the elected politicians. Because, like, this is one important thing for me, is that, like, I don't always like the idea of, like, not being involved with a political party. Like, some people are going to have jobs where you're specifically told to abstain from participating in political activities. Some people may not necessarily want to be involved that way. But sort of this whole, like, purity idea of, like, unless they 100% match with my set of preferences, I just can't, in good conscience, be a member of that party. And it's like, well, this is how stuff gets done, right? Like, whether or not you like these candidates, like, one of them is going to form a government, and you can help shape the kind of affairs of the nation, or you can just kind of sit and complain about it. But I don't know, like, I can see, again, a lot of this stuff is sort of an in principle argument, but I can definitely see some value in having sort of a mechanism that just generally says whether or not, acknowledges the fact that somebody's going to have the job, but also to have a measure of people saying that, we have done this because we are not too thrilled, or basically don't see any value in, in the options currently presented. For instance, in my home province, we just went through an election, and like this is the closest I've ever gotten to not voting, because I think the result was something of a foregone conclusion, and more importantly, the alternatives to the current government were singularly unattractive. So the current government was actually very, very unpopular when it first came to office. I don't like saying to power, because, like, these people ultimately work for us, right? Like, we are the population that votes them in and out. But yeah, for all sorts of reasons. Like, we've got a very weak opposition right now. So however unpopular the government was, the opposition simply was not organized. And so however unpopular it was, they came back even stronger. And obviously a lot of people are upset about that. But, you know, the answer is like, well, the work to be done to bring the result you wanted was something that should have been happening years ago, not like in the weeks before voting. So now, again, with that in mind, I'm not actually a member of a political party anymore, but there are some other reasons for that. So needless to say, though, I clearly am somewhat active in politically active within the confines of a set of restrictions I have. Okay. Sorry, I've been particularly tangent laden. Oh, do I not get to use the rest of the... That's a shame. Okay, so I do want to try and... get a better bunk. What I'm a little worried about, though, is I might lose this crew, and it's actually kind of good. But I am going to try disassembling. We'll see if the game... You're kidding me. Oh, wow, that is really not a good system. So I have to abandon these, even though... Yeah, so we're going to quit this out one more time. I was a little scared that was going to happen, so that's why I did it on this world. So what I have to do is I have to open up a slot, switch it... switch for the new blueprint that I want. Oh, maybe I still have my 4? Yes, I do. Okay, cool. So, what? Okay, okay, actually, there's one other thing I can check. So, yeah, so I don't get a switch option, unfortunately. So what am I trying to do in the grand scheme of things? I want to put a recruit... Oh, do I want to put a recruit dormitory? No, actually, in this case, I don't have... Okay, sorry. I was just as well that I backed up, because I'm actually happy. I'm happy with where we are right now. If I had the better accommodations, I would have switched out. But in this case, the only thing we needed to build was the botanical complex. So let me just take a second here and see what some of other options are. So we've got gravitational sails. This would boost my performance. So that's reducing fuel consumption. That costs thorium, which I don't have any of right now, and platinum. There's the superconductor, so that's going to boost the resistance. An improved shield that turns the ship's structure into a superconductor. The hull is protected by a magnetic field that continuously reconfigures itself now. We currently have a shield generator, which gives us 10 resistance. So if anything, we could switch out the... Like, we could switch out the shield for one of these, but it's fairly resource intensive. So we need thorium and hafnium in addition to some extra cobalt. So, and we're going to have to store all of that. Planetary extension, a drill attachment that, while drilling, extends probes sideways over a large area, significantly increasing the amount of materials gathered. Now, that would be tempting, save for the fact that I'd be running out of space for other resources. So I think we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep with what we have right now. I am gonna drill a little bit, though. Okay, And we can take off. So before I go too far, I also want to take a second here and assign some crew to some different jobs. So in this case, I'm going to take Nyx. I'm going to put her on the interplanetary reactor. Sergey, what is he better at? So he's better at the probe right now. Actually, let's... Yeah, so Nyx is a better interplanetary navigator. Let's get ECAT A. So ECAT A is a xenolinguist. This is one of the more important of the two. Let's put them on the cosmic folder. And then we'll put Aleb on the drill. So I have a little more specialization in terms of the... This game needs a little more time. So yeah, I'll admit... So one thing I just want to be clear on, the bug I have encountered has actually been the same bug multiple times. So it is absolutely true that some of the negative reviews on here are referring to bugs in the game, but I do just want to be clear that the time I have been spending on this has actually resulted from just one bug that I'm kind of aware of now, and so I just wanted to, like, in this case, I wanted to do the things that would potentially provoke it in an environment where I knew it would not be very costly. So just with this in mind, some of the delay that we've been experiencing through this, in addition to my talkativeness, is me triggering it at a time that I think it is useful, and I knew that I would be able to redo over and over again. But with that in mind, I do also think, like, so number one, I just think it's helpful in a tutorial to definitely, like, make sure that a player has expressed that they understand the thing you're trying to teach them, but maybe give them the option to skip. Like, I think at the minimum that would have avoided a couple of the problems we had with the botanical complex. Or at the very least, like, just give us the resources we need to be able to build the thing. Like, that to me kind of it almost seems unnecessarily hostile to only give you some of the resources and then, like, insist that you must build the botanical complex, even though it is admittedly very useful. So that's really the one problem I've run into. The other thing that would be kind of nice would be the ability to sort of switch the... it'd be kind of nice to have the ability to sort of switch out the modules. So obviously, if I disassemble this bunk and I need to sacrifice crew members, even though my intention was to build another crew quarters, again, that just sort of feels like the game's sort of kicking you in the nuts for no reason. Although, in fairness, I could have avoided that one just because, by recognizing that I didn't actually have the tech that I thought I had. So that's also on me for not properly recognizing that. So I also want to be fair to the game here. Like, I don't want to give the impression that this game is just like a constant disaster all the time. Like, it's some of these are a function of decisions that I've made. Yeah, I agree that I think you should be given the option to cancel out of it. Although again, I don't know what led the the game to take the shape that it currently has. So it may seem like an obvious step for me to go to the Atlas, and I am somewhat of the opinion, like, I do actually think that this is a useful thing to do, but given the fact that this is a story event, it's possible there may be an attack that happens as well. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one trip to the red giant. Now, the red giant tends to have rocky planets, which will allow me to basically bring up some materials that will it'll get me what I need, and then I'll be able to repair my hull. what we can also do is on our way to the Atlas, we can stop by the blue giant, which will give me gas giants, which I can mine to get fuel, and then we can move over to the Atlas. Hey, Java, how you doing? Not a dev talking out of your tail, but it does seem like an oversight. But smoothing things out like that is down the road dev stuff. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, and again, like, just because, so I always give the caveat that I'm not a dev because, I just appreciate that there may be other factors that have led to the experience that I'm currently running into. But I also think it's important, like, I am, to a certain extent, overly nice to a lot of games. Like, I generally really like a lot of stuff that I play. And the problem is that if there are real problems with a game, they're not going to get better if I just, like, only talk about the good things, right? It's always a matter of tone. So yeah, I mean, like, I do want to be clear that, like, I don't think it's good that I've had to reset this. And I feel like it would be, in a perfect world, the option to skip over the event or being given the resources I needed to be able to build that item. And also to be able to switch out the module so I don't have to throw away crew members because I'm just switching out, from bunk beds to something else. It seems to me like these are things that would have, made the experience a little bit smoother, a little bit more in line with what my expectations were. And, again, I don't think that's a particularly harsh criticism, but it's not necessarily like 100% positive about the game either. So, it's, but, I would hope that the result of that would just be, okay, yeah, this was an expectation and this is where it didn't meet up. And, is this in line with our vision or not? And presumably a developer would be able to make an informed decision about whether or not that's worth taking the time to develop. Anyways, let's go to the red giant. We kind of talked about the strategy. Let's now implement it. We intercept a machine drifting through space. Its workings appear quite beyond anything we've seen before. It's emitting a peculiar message that advises caution, do not activate. However, our instruments detect a small amount of Omega within its frame. What should we do? Take it apart. We force open the frame, permanently deactivating the device. No one can say we ignored the warning. Inside, we discover a welcome quantity of Omega, but we are left with questions. What was the device for? Yeah, no, I think it's fair. I mean, one of the reasons why I wanted to stream this game actually is because I actually like this game more than mixed. Like, I actually think this game is better than a mixed game. I've now encountered some of the stuff that people are getting frustrated about. But I actually like this game a lot. And I'm definitely hoping to take some time and sort of show specifically why I like this game as much as I do. So there's no expedition to do here, but again, we're going to be drilling up. Some resources to repair our ship. So I'll put some in storage. Okay, so we've maxed out our silicon. The thorium is actually something that we do want to build with. So we would use that to build the superconductor. The question is, what am I going to give up in order to be able to make it? I can't give up the cobalt. I don't think I can give up the tungsten because I may use that for planetary extension. I also think this is something that you use to switch out. So yeah, thorium is something that I really need. The question is, what do I give up in order to get it? I could maybe possibly try giving up gold. I guess the other one would be, nope, can't give up the copper. Oh, I'm really stuck with... maybe I will give up the gold. I'm just going to take a second. Oh, but yeah, if I want to repair my solar sails, I need the gold. Oof. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to give up the platinum. And what we're going to do is we're going to work on the superconductor first and then move on to the gravitational sails. You kind of get what they're going for with the inventory, but wow, this management where you start full to begin with is kind of anti-. Well, this isn't the start of the game, just keep in mind. This is actually me facing some consequences about the way I've designed this ship. I actually don't mind this inventory management at all. It's just it's actually specifically tied to being able to build certain modules. So in this case, this is actually something that to me is kind of working well. But again, you know, people have their own kind of own takes on this. But yeah, no, definitely like the ship being as full, like this isn't even the ship you start with. This is actually a ship that I got in a previous run. So one question I'm faced with now is, do I want to try and get rare resources on another rocky planet, or do I want to try and dig up some fuel? I think I am going to move to one more planet, see if I can grab some thorium. But I think most of this is going to wind up being a bit of a waste. Oh, hang on. Let's just take a look here and see. Okay, my crew's still recovering, so there's no point in doing the expedition. So that's more platinum for me. We did get some thorium, and we do now have some hafnium. So I'm back to facing some hard choices. Now, one option I always have is to demolish some of these, modules. For instance, I don't need a sick bay. I could give up the communication station, which only grants comfort. Kind of hard to get rid of something like the interplanetary reactor. But with our goal in mind, so again, we were thinking of the superconductor, so I do want to think about getting hafnium. The question now is, what resource am I willing to give up in order to go for it? So superconductor, for instance, does not need copper. So am I willing to give up copper even though it is helpful for hull? Well, do I need copper to repair anything? Oddly enough, I need thorium to repair the... Okay, interesting. Yeah, so it's a shame because I would actually really like to use this for repairs, but out of everything here... Well, I guess carbon's another option. I wish I remember what it costs to switch something from one to another. But I think in this case, let's... Actually, hang on. If I don't need... Okay, I do need carbon to repair the interplanetary reactor, which is a pretty important one for me to repair. So yeah, we will we'll spike the copper to get the hafnium. But that does mean I want to be a little aggressive in terms of pursuing some of these rare elements. Okay. So let's drill... We'll drill one more time, and we'll do that at a 5. That definitely paid off. Life support is for pansies. Just have a fully automated ship with nanobots fixing it. Sure. It's not like I need the two major characters to live. All right, so what we're going to do now, we definitely need to go to some gas giants. So the plan that I had, I probably should have been a little clearer in terms of what my plan was, but basically I was going to go to this red planet, and we're going to go to the blue giant that's closest to the Atlas, and that's going to allow us to FTL no air run. Also, Mortavelity, thanks for hanging out with us. I know you were looking for Titan, so I actually really appreciate it when people give other games a chance. like I said, I don't know if I've kind of turned chat against this game because I sort of had some bugs earlier on, or at least one bug sort of repeated. But I do mean it, like when I say, like, I actually like this game quite a bit. So I'm hoping that on the back half of this, I'm maybe going to be able to show you some of the things that I think are really attractive about this game. I mean, other than the visuals, I think we can all agree this is a very beautiful game. All right, so I think I had a habit here where like I do an 8, and then I think I need to do like a 4 or a 3 to make the fuel gain worth it. Yeah, so that's a tough one for us. Okay, so let's go probe again. I'll try a 4 this time. So we need 2 or more hydrogen to break even. Okay, we got 3. So we'll stop that. And we go to the next gas giant. Yeah, well, I'll put it to you this way, Algrins. Like, if the idea of a limited inventory, like, that is kind of a pillar for this game, and for me, that's something like I can get into. But I will confess, like, if that is not a thing you're into, then that may actually be a deal breaker on this game for you. Like, the way I think of this, because essentially I'm playing someone who, you know, is ultimately woken up potentially hundreds of years after their initial mission, and they are basically using kind of the remains of a ship that they discover, and essentially they're sort of hopping onto these other like found ships and kind of cobbling together this like essentially like rebuilding their command and working with the things that they find over the course of the journey. To me, I think that's part of the fantasy, right? To be able to, you know, be this sort of scrappy survivor style captain who is able to make the most of a difficult situation. And so with that in mind, that's a situation where I'm sort of like, yeah, I think it actually makes a lot of sense to have some hard decisions to make in terms of what you need. So like my choice here to have 9 gold and 20 iron in my inventory. Now that's restricting me in terms of some of the things that I can keep in my inventory. But I'm doing that partly so I have the option of repairing my hull down the road or to do other repairs or other construction. But that precaution on my part is costing me in terms of the opportunity to build other improvements. So in this sense here, like because of the type of character that I'm playing, this is actually an inventory system that I'm kind of into. In the same way that I think if I were to be playing a business sim or like a management sim, the idea that I'm facing certain resource constraints. So if I'm playing something like Industries of Titan, I'm going to have, very often when I'm playing that game, I actually run into some pretty heavy labor constraints. If I'm playing, I think what's another example of a management sim I played recently? Well, actually, Railroad Tycoon's not a bad... Railroad Tycoon's like ancient, but I guess what I was playing was Sid Meier's Railroads, or Railway Empire. But like those ones, you know, you're facing constraints in terms of land rights, you're facing capital constraints, so, you know, how much money can you borrow from the bank, things like that. And so in those cases, I think it's fine. But an example I'll give you of something that like drives me insane is a game like The Elder Scrolls. You know, I've played 1 through 4. You know, for those of you who want to see that, by the way,
I do a Dark Elf, or Dunmer, with the voice from Morrowind. What I didn't realize when I started it is that it would be hundreds of hours of doing this voice, which is actually very difficult.
But, so yeah, if you want to see that, that's on YouTube. But, like, it drives me absolutely up the wall that, like, I will... Okay. the like the fact that I can be carrying so much stuff and then I will pick up a flower and like I'm not allowed to move anymore, and it actually results in like 10 minutes of me like adjusting my inventory because that one flower stopped me from walking. Like that just drives me insane, and I don't really know what that's giving me. I sort of know that those games are all about like your choices and like the fact that if you do want to pick up like every spoon you find in the game that you can, and maybe having a limited inventory or carrying capacity is what prevents you from carrying literally everything in your in your inventory. But I don't know, like that constraint just drives me, that really drives me crazy every time I run into it. And I think the original XCOM, like X-COM, the Microprose game, not the new one by Firaxis, which is brilliant. I love the XCOM games. I know the old XCOM game had a bit of inventory management as well. So, one inventory management system you found amusing was the briefcase in the Resident Evils. So I have to admit, I have never played a Resident Evil game, and I know they're really popular, and I actually suspect that. So Resident Evil seems to be a little bit like Dark Souls on Twitch, where if you apparently if you play that, there is always going to be an audience for that. I can't remember. I don't think I've done the 4 yet. Cool. So you need to do a repair in terms of iron, and then we're gonna go to one more. We're gonna go to one more planet to fuel up. I can't remember if I went to the outer or the inner one first. You tried playing the 2 remake, didn't go well? Oh, difficult to play, or was it just one that scared the heck out of you? You had to flip and turn to rotate things. Okay, that is an interesting way of handling it. It's also kind of interesting too, because like, I mean, okay, so I don't know if this is, excuse me. I don't know if this is like a heretical opinion on, on how games are, but like the last thing I ever want to hear from a game is, oh, we should make it more realistic. Like most of the time, I think games get better because they abstract away reality. So, it's a little bit like I'm talking about in terms of Out There, right? So the fantasy is about, going against the odds, being this big survivalist captain who is cobbling together a fleet that is going to take on an evil overlord. And so with that in mind, I can see how the inventory management, both in this high level in terms of balancing out my fuel, oxygen, and hull, as well as morale. Like morale is a resource itself, but being able to manage those resources. There's also some cleverness here, right? Because notice, like, we didn't have to worry about morale before, but now that we've got lower comfort due to the type of accommodations we have, I actually need to worry a little bit more about keeping my morale up. So this is a way that the game has slowly added a bit more complexity in terms of how the resources are managed. So with that in mind, in this case, I actually think the inventory system works quite well. Now, one thing that's kind of interesting about this idea of having to flip and turn different things in your suitcase, that's a neat idea in terms of working out the inventory. And actually, I have a subscription to Apple Arcade. So there's a new version of the Oregon Trail on it. And it has sort of a similar sort of system in terms of like packing your wagon, and your wagon can get damaged a little bit like your ship can get damaged in Out There. And so if you're damaged in a sector, you either have to repair it or you have to give up the resources that were in that area. So where I think this would be interesting in the context of Resident Evil is that generally if you have to pack a bag very carefully like that, it can actually be quite difficult to get items out, right? So if you're packing everything that it needs to be just so, and I mean, I'm saying this as someone who's not that far out of university, and I can remember like very carefully balancing like my laptop and all my textbooks in a bag for like my 2-hour commute. But by the grad school, so like I'm not trying to give the impression like I'm fresh out of university. Like, you know, I've also spent longer at university, so but so like you'd kind of think extra realism would be like, oh, so it's got to be like difficult to draw your weapon. Well, if you did that in Resident Evil, that would probably be a real pain. Although I do understand it's a little difficult to it's a little difficult to aim your weapon in Resident Evil. So maybe they've captured that to a certain degree. But that's kind of an example in terms of where I think a sense of realism wouldn't necessarily help that game, because you really don't want it to be frustrating to like do the survival thing. There's a game that literally all there is Resident Evil briefcase management. That's amazing. Whiskey's amazing. It's really good to see you again. How you doing? You like loot? You go on farming runs in Fallout 4 to just collect more junk? I got to admit, I've never played a Fallout game. I should do that though, because I know I've done the 4. I don't know if I should do the voice again. There seem to be very mixed reactions to the Dunmer voice in chat. But yeah, once I finish the Elder Scrolls, maybe I should move on to Fallout. I'm doing okay. Whiskey's amazing. I ran into a couple bugs, and I've really been kind of talking a lot in this game, so I haven't made that much progress. But I'm enjoying out there, and it's nice to have so many people in chat to interact with. So, well, you know, the funny thing is, I didn't actually really like the Elder Scrolls when I started off. I bounced pretty hard off Skyrim. And so the intention was that I would play the very first Elder Scrolls game, which was called Arena. And what happened was, through playing Arena, I began to appreciate some of the things that I didn't like about the Elder Scrolls games, and I understood why they were important to those games, and I eventually kind of had my mind changed the longer. I guess it's Stockholm Syndrome, really. No, that isn't actually Stockholm Syndrome, but still. You know, I did eventually kind of make my peace with some of the choices in that game, and I like it quite a bit more than I did at first. And so, yeah, it's funny. Like, now that I like the Elder Scrolls, I should. It'd be interesting to try the original Fallout games, because I believe Fallout 1 and 2 were made by Interplay, and they're a little bit closer to an RPG, sort of in the, I guess, kind of like almost like Baldur's Gate sort of mold. So it'll be interesting to see the contrast between the two. But New Vegas is by far the best Fallout game. I hear that a lot. Now the thing is that I also understand that the Outer Worlds is very similar to New Vegas, and I'd really like to try that one. So I have to kind of see. But we'll see. I mean, there's lots of opportunities to play games. So. Oh, I think I screwed up a bit. That's fine. We'll make this work. Oh, that one cost me. Okay. I am going to experiment and go to this outer one. I don't think I can get like infinite amounts of fuel doing this, but... Oh, that was a nice windfall. Actually, so much so that we have to leave some behind. So we're just gonna stop that, and we'll move to the Atlas. Okay. So I think the Atlas, we just land on it. Oh, there's a garden planet here? It's possible I could have just traveled to it and moved back to the Atlas. So that whole side journey that I did might have actually been a second one. I literally built the most efficient Terra Invicta save a few days ago, and I thought thought you were done with the game, but now for some inexplicable reason you want to play it again. Terra Invicta's a lot of fun. We need you to gather as much information as you can about the Archon, its current location, its plan. No need to explain. The scents tell me everything, including what it is you want to know. The flowers will guide me to your answers. They contain all the knowledge of the universe. Here. Your answers are here. That is what they say. Then there is the Archon. And there, you... Forager? Captain Nix, what's happening? They're convulsing. Don't interfere. We need this information. The Forager is clearly in distress. Captain, they've stopped breathing. Scent of blood. Those who believe are deceived. The end is coming! What does that mean? Where can we find the Archon? Answer me! They're having seizures. We need to get back to the ship. Horror. Death without end. Everywhere. They fainted. Captain, we need to get them out of here right now. Agreed. Stay with us, Forager. Oh, so getting Rush on side so you can, I guess that's for the boost income? Captain, they're waking up. Tell me what you saw, Forager. I know the location of the Archon's headquarters. You do? Where is it? Tell me. Atlas also gave me a set of coordinates. They lead to a system hidden deep with a nebula. That's not my concern. We have no time to waste thinking about hidden systems or I don't know why, but it also gave me partial coordinates regarding the location of a beacon. A beacon? And a nebula? But why? It's just a cloud of gas and dust. True, I couldn't process all the information given to me by the Atlas. I don't understand why it is trying to lead you there. Strange. Traveling into nebulae can be very dangerous. Why should we take such a risk? This is all very intriguing. The Atlas never acts without reason. It said you would need help. Captain, they fainted again. We should give them some time to recover. Yes, let them rest. I have all the information I need. I'm not... New suit available. Scholar. Oh, interesting. It actually changes the ability that you have. So we've got Cataplasm, which will heal 3 health points for 1 expedition member. If we have the Scholar suit on, we get reveals 2 points of interest closest to the expedition party. I kind of prefer the military suit, to be honest. Being able to heal another member of the expedition is a pretty good ability. So I'm not sure, OOD, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to with OOD, Algrins. I'm sorry, I probably just haven't gamed enough. And Mortal saying, not looking forward to the minimum 10 restarts till you find a moon that has rare metals and then having to fight unrest and public opinion after Earth is no longer relevant. And you guys are getting so much further in this game than I... oh, Doctor... Okay, sorry. I'm ashamed to admit I have not seen Doctor Who, and I realize that I get pelted with rotten fruit every time I say that. I've seen that one clip of Vincent van Gogh seeing his paintings, if that counts. I also watched The Thick of It, which is what which is what. Well, see, the thing is, I actually really think Doctor Who is something I'd very much enjoy. It's just, I also know that For All Mankind has got a new season, and Tehran, both Apple Plus shows. There's a lot of stuff that I want to watch, so I have to kind of be selective. Where else were we? A lot of Terra Invicta stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna keep the suit, the military suit for Nyx for now. I'm assuming they gave me the suit for a reason, but I can get what Nyx gives me from Chess Scavenger. Like Sergei has a similar ability. So Switch is 2 points of interest closest to the expedition party. Sergei reveals 1 chest closest to the expedition team. So it's not exactly the same, but especially given the fact that I usually explore the whole environment anyway, I'm not entirely sure giving up Nyx's heal in order to find stuff that I can find on my own is quite how I want to play it. But anyways, under the mission log, so we actually have 2 options here. So we can sort of play, okay, it's sort. Oh no, we do actually get both directions. So we can say we must stop the Archon as quickly as possible. In which case we would go directly to the purple arrow, 119 light years away. Or we can do a detour of 44 light years to do Mystery of the Nebula. The Atlas has given us coordinates of a nebula that might be of help in our quest. Now, I don't know about you, but we did wait hundreds of years to try and take out to get back to be able to deal with the Archon. So I'm not going to feel too bad about giving it a little more time. Let's go to the White Dwarf for a start. Yeah, absolutely agree, Takri. It's also just worth, for me, I add that to the fact. So one really nice thing for me lately, and this is why I'm going to be a little careful on the time I spend streaming. I'm going to go later tonight. Technically, I would usually finish about half an hour from now, but I'm going to try and extend the stream a little bit. But I'm trying to be a little careful in terms of the time that I finish tonight. Because, sorry, I just need to tab out for one very brief second because it occurred to me I needed to check something on the stream, which I can't do in another window. Cool. I quite like writing. And I think, some of you have seen the blog and whatnot. But you also notice that I don't update the blog as often as I would like. And part of that is because, in the name of trying to get other things done, I do tend to find that the time I spend writing sometimes gets knocked off the list. But one unfortunate side effect of that is often that I will, I'll find myself in a situation where so I'm trying to come up with the right way of saying it, but because I've sort of felt a little out of practice and I tend to write very, very long things, I'll write and then I'll sort of be discouraged that the point isn't coming across as well as I was hoping it would. So then, I want to do a little more work to improve it, but then I sort of fall off the wagon again. And, just generally I'm not making the same kind of progress I would like. And it's a shame because once upon a time I definitely thought I could write well. And I realized that those skills haven't completely atrophied, but they're not there as much. And one of the things that has come up is it was actually this week, I finally said, well, how serious am I about this writing thing, right? I, for the last few years, have always made a stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, barring my computer breaking down or, not being physically attached, not having internet, not being in the same place as my computer, having my computer break in the middle of a stream. These are all things that have happened, but beyond actual complete disconnection from the means of producing streams. I've always done a stream pretty much since I decided to become a streamer. And, likewise with my job, right? I always show up to work. Sometimes I might be a bit late. Working from home has definitely helped me in terms of not being late. And obviously jobs like it when you show up on time, so it's generally a good idea to show up on time. And there's all sorts of other things where it has not even been a question that thing gets done. So this week I kind of said well, if I'm serious about writing, how many words do I expect myself to write a day? How much time do I expect to get the writing done? I don't even, if you're just going to sit there and be sad about the fact that you used to write better, that's not going to make you better at writing. So the past few days I've actually sat down and actually been putting the time in. That's actually related to the good news that I had, which I will be sharing when I'm allowed to. But, well, actually, no. I think I can say broadly. I am going to. I did a pitch for something, which got taken up. So there will be something. Assuming everything goes properly. I've got a deadline in a week and a half for a draft, but all going well, there should be something being published, which I'll be contributing to and getting a bit of money for it. So needless to say, I picked a good time to take it seriously. But with that in mind, today, if I don't do it today, well, technically I've been published before, but it's poetry and it was when I was a kid. So this will definitely be a little more serious. But yeah, today will actually be the first, if I don't get the writing done, today will actually be the first day I have not sat down and specifically put in the time. And I actually gave myself a really low limit in terms of the time that I put in. But today will be the first day I don't do that if after the stream I don't put in some time. So with that in mind, like I said, I will be streaming later than what I normally do. But just keep in mind, I'm maybe not going to go for the absurd lengths that I sometimes do on the Fridays, just because not only am I on a little bit of a roll of sort of putting my backside down and doing I can't remember the author's name. I wish I did. I'll find it for the next broadcast, but there's this wonderful line from an author, fiction author. But he said, I only write when inspiration strikes. Fortunately, inspiration strikes at 9 o'clock when I sit down to type at the typewriter. And that is I don't use a typewriter, obviously, but that is definitely the right way to think about it. I know more than a few people who have always said that they wait for inspiration for things. And those also tend to be the people who don't do things. Immortal Valley, I'm curious, Sword of the Stars, are you talking about the strategy game or the roguelike, Sword of the Stars, The Pit? Sorry, I realize I've been doing a lot of digressions. I'm also trying to decide the order in which I want to do these planets, because traveling to planets is going to decrease fuel and hull. I think I'll definitely go to the green garden planet last to refill the oxygen. Okay, I think I'm gonna go for the rocky planet first, get the hull up, then the gas giant for the fuel, then the garden planet for the oxygen, because I basically get an automatic refill on oxygen. Then we'll save and move to the next system. Fair enough. Yeah, I've never actually played Sword of the Stars. The only thing I did was I did a quick run on the skirmish mode in... I mean, it's tempting, but I think we're gonna do an expedition on the garden planet, so I will resist the temptation to check out the Alpha Anomaly. We are, however, going to land and mine. Oh, actually, that sounds like a really cool game. I think I have Sword of the Stars, but I've only ever played The Pit, which is a Vancouver game, actually. I should do Sword of the Stars, The Pit again, actually. I found, that was like one of the first things that I did. I actually found a really nice streamer through that. Actually, maybe, again, if we want to talk about the game, feel free to draw my attention back to it. But while I have a few of you around here, I'm a little curious. Do any of you have some opinions or some thoughts as to games that you would like me to see me play? It can be stuff that I've done before, so I know, like, Industries of Titan is one of those. But given that, like, right now I don't have a lot of flexibility in the schedule, but I am going to in a fairly short period of time, so I'm a little curious what people are interested in. Homeworld's another Vancouver game. It's actually one that I've not played, but I would like to. Both Homeworld and the more recent ones by Blackbird, like Deserts of Karak. And I believe Homeworld 3 is on its way out. I liked watching you play Terra Invicta, maybe some Paradox games. So Jetpack, this is a tricky one for me because I used to actually have a dedicated Monday for Paradox games, and unfortunately that that relationship has kind of fallen apart, I'm sorry to say. So when I started, I actually did Crusader Kings a lot. And there was a long period of time in which, like, so it used to be that people who followed the channel were actually wound up gifting the DLC for that game, which I thought was really generous of them. But you know, I kind of grew a bit, and then I was able to get the keys from Paradox, which was nice until basically. So this one you can sort of explain. I don't want to go too specific on names because this does actually involve some people who stream for a living, and they were a little reluctant to speak specifically of their experience, specifically because they didn't want to like rock the boat on this. But needless to say, like, I had an encounter with one of the people who's sort of responsible for the keys on things like that. And they're these types who like to do long Twitter threads about, if you're a smaller broadcaster, it's so easy to do blah, 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 blah. And despite the fact that I'd sort of covered Crusader Kings for years and I sort of sent them my usual kind of write-up, I didn't really think there was going to be a question about CK3. Did my usual sort of send things off. Never got a reply. So I saw their thread and I sent a quick reply. I said, oh, okay, you know, if there were to be, you know, X, Y, or Z situation, you know, would that still apply? They're like, yeah, you just need to do X, Y, Z. It's like, okay, well, you know, if you don't mind, I've sent you an email. I also sent you a follow-up. I haven't heard anything. I don't expect a key, but I would love some feedback on where the request fell short. And immediately the connection stops. Never heard back from them again. So I'm like, as it turns out, this is the guy where the streamer that I talked to was sort of like, they says, who are you talking with? And I said the name, and they, like, I could just see from the reaction, like, I says like, okay, so like obviously there's a history here. So just like, yeah, I don't want to say too much, but like, yeah. So I'm like, okay, fair enough. So it's like Crusader Kings is off the list. But the thing about Paradox is that for Stellaris, they didn't. Yeah, so I'm getting to this, Immortal Velity. So with Stellaris, it's actually run by a different group. And I was going to be doing Stellaris on Mondays because I have been streaming that game since before it was released. And Paradox has been wonderful in terms of keeping on sending out the keys. And in fact, they have increasingly raised the requirements for concurrent viewers. And of course, Twitch has changed its algorithm. And so the channel generally gets fewer concurrent views than it did. Now, obviously, in situations like this, where I'm spending a lot of time talking a bit about things that are not necessarily related to the game, that I totally get, right? I don't want to sit down and be one of these really annoying streamers that's talking about how unfair it is that the algorithm's pushing them down. And part of this is just coming from the fact that, like, it's not that far away that I did the broadcast on Steam, and that had, over 1,000 people watching. We were on the front page. I just don't have that worry. Like, I just have this nice little bit of external validation that, I have in fact been paid to do streams and I delivered, right? And that's a large part of what the developer did in terms of the marketing for their game. But at the very least, like, I have this external validation. My value is not tied up in Twitch. And I think it's really annoying when streamers go on and talk about how unfair they're being treated by algorithms, because in the end, these streams, these platforms are going to maximize for their overall viewership. They're not necessarily going to worry about an individual streamer, right? So with that in mind, there's two things that were making me relatively less attractive through their key request system. But when I reached out to the place that was managing it, they generally sort of understood that I'd been streaming the game since launch consistently. And they, for the last couple of DLC, they'd sort of said, yes, we'll arrange a key, but you have to do it after it's been released. It won't be like a pre-release one, which I'm like, okay, fair enough. Because to be honest with you, like, it was good for concurrent views when I was doing pre-release stuff, but it would normally be people saying, like, just play the game, stop talking. And I'm like, well, if I do that, then I'm not really respecting the people who are going to come back after this is released. So, I'd still try to keep a little more focused on the game, but like, it wasn't necessarily the type of crowd that I necessarily I'm not necessarily going to be entertaining them that much. So I don't feel too bad that I didn't get a pre-release one. So that happened with Overlord. But unfortunately, what happened is, and I could show the email, but what's the point of that? Same response is like, yep, just get in touch after release. And I did. No reply. So sent a second, again, respectfully worded email. Hey, if I'd love a key. I haven't heard back from the previous email. If you need anything else from me, let me know. And still haven't heard anything back. And this is generally true. I very rarely will actually hear a no, but I will be ghosted. And the problem with that is that was when I was getting the Old World stuff and the Terra Invicta stuff and the and the brace yourself stuff. The fact of the matter is, and this game as well, this is actually a week where I was really trying to figure out what I was doing with my days. And so it did actually really create a problem for me where I wasn't sure if I had to carve out a Stellaris day or not. And so unfortunately, like, the fact of the matter is that if people really said, like, I started watching you because of Stellaris, and I don't care if it doesn't have like the latest DLC or that, I just really want to see you play the game, that is something I would consider. But I will be honest with you, like, I can understand the not hearing about the Crusader Kings thing, because in that case I was never told to message back. The level of professionalism I experienced with the Stellaris thing, I think, is a bridge too far, and especially given the fact that one of the influencer managers has already kind of done the whole, I'm going to use my platform to like spout my stuff out on Twitter, but when it actually comes time to deliver, I'm not really going to do that. I'm actually just frankly less inclined to be supporting Paradox stuff when there are so many other developers that I think are doing equally, if not more interesting stuff, and have actually taken the chance on giving me a key. And the last thing that I wanted to say about this is just, you mentioned Arumba. I've actually noticed there is a bit of a tendency now for a lot of people, and particularly people who are rather well known for doing Paradox games, to have some variation of a, I'm not doing Paradox anymore. Paradox has banned me from doing their games videos. Now, I'm telling this story because it's out there and, you know, Paradox came up. And, you know, I think there's enough time that's gone by now that this isn't going to come off as the entitled streamer rant that has a tendency to happen. So this is like one of these cases where, you know, we're having a conversation and I get a chance to speak a little more freely about this. But I will confess, like, I have a feeling I've at least been given a little bit of a glimpse as to why Paradox actually has got a number of broadcasters who talk about how they won't be working with them again, either by choice or by their actions. Yeah, I just kind of have a feeling here, like, you know, a game like you know, Industries of Titan, where Brace Yourself Games, you know, at the time that, you know, this rather, you know, multi-year relationship with Paradox was starting to unravel, you know, kind of just gave me a shot. And I mean, in the end, with Brace Yourself, I got a chance to go out and visit their offices when I was in Vancouver. That was a really wonderful experience. And then, I mean, again, the paid gig from Weather Factory with Cultist Simulator. It's just one of these things where I feel like there are other people that I can support, and I think there are other games that fit that Paradox model. And in the end, it doesn't mean that I have to sort of be giving up attention to a company that I'm not entirely sure has necessarily been treating me with a level of respect that I think is appropriate. Mod for Paradox? I mean, maybe. Like, in the end, I sort of feel like as far as their measures are concerned, that it would still count as streaming a Paradox game. I haven't really played a lot of the mods. But yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry to do that big, long rant, but hopefully that also answers the sort of the longer running question that I think has been on some people's minds of, like, what happened to Stellaris. That's what happened to Stellaris. They said I was going to get Overlord, and then I had to kind of scramble to make up the gap in my streaming schedule. But yeah, I'll check out, sorry, is it Anbanar? I'll take a look at it. But yeah, I've actually never really played that many mods, so we'll see. Anything Warhammer, even though Games Workshop frustrates you, is lovely. So there was a mention of Dawn of War 3. I actually rather liked Dawn of War 3. I understand it didn't land, and that's another Vancouver game, by the way. I understand it didn't land for a lot of people, but I actually did rather like it, for what that's worth. All right, so unfortunately, there's no expedition here. And again, I apologize for the digression on Paradox. I realize that while I'm hoping that you can at least appreciate where I'm coming from on that. Nobody wants to hear a streamer complain about not getting keys. Like, that's a particular kind of irritating, which I realize is, you know, not everyone is going to be like, to be honest, I would not blame people to say it's like, you know, it's not Paradox's job to give you keys, and that's not a good reason to not stream their games. So, oh, that's interesting. I have heard a couple of times people have said, incidentally, for those of you not familiar with Out There, this is a restart point. So if we were to fail, we would not have to start at the game. We would be able to start at this save beacon now. So huge fan of Dawn of War. Didn't much get into 2 and 3 though. So I definitely really liked number 2. Number 3, like, I'm not going to say it's my greatest, like, game I've ever played, right? Like, I don't want to like oversell the impact. But I thought, like, it tried to do something interesting, and I actually think it largely succeeded, in my eyes. But the thing is that clearly that game was going to live or die on the basis of the multiplayer experience, and because so many people really were not into it, my opinions on the game's, underappreciated merits are really like they're irrelevant, right? Like clearly it did not land, and it needed I don't know, like I guess here's the thing I have to say about Dawn of War 3. So whether or not it landed for you, I think it is fair to say that real-time strategy has not changed a whole lot. The biggest change that happened to real-time strategy would be the MOBA. And then, of course, this is at the point where it was like, MOBA's not real-time strategy. I'm like, yes, it's real-time strategy. It's obviously now sort of moved into its own thing and has sort of had its own sort of spin-off genres in that. But, like, clearly its origins are there, and it's not completely outrageous to try and map some of the mechanics from that into back into its point of origin. So, again, I definitely feel, and particularly like Relic, which has been so good at, at breathing new life into real-time strategy. I definitely think that as a whole, I like to see companies try new things, even if they ultimately don't succeed. As a whole, like I was definitely much more into Dawn of War 3, and generally, I kind of want to give them a kudos for trying something new. But like I said, I mean, particularly here, if the majority of the player base wants the old game again, that does ultimately mean a level of stagnation in the genre. But if it is going to be something multiplayer focused, you do need to make something that people want to play. So it's a tough dilemma, and I suspect it may be why it's been so hard to have like another RTS that has really captured people's imagination. That obviously isn't basically a MOBA. So. Yeah, and that's fair. I mean, again, like everybody's gonna have their preferences on this stuff. So, but one thing I actually would like to. So one game I've been playing a bit more on my own time, which might be a good one for stream, is I've actually been rather enjoying Total War Troy. And I know I haven't really done a lot of Total War on stream. I suspect for Warhammer, people would probably want to see Warhammer 2 or Warhammer 3, but okay. So this is another. All of the planets that I've been on have been sort of low threat, but we're going to take the same approach as last time. We'll go to the village last and see if we can get away with some extra stuff. I didn't even know there were mods for Dawn of War 1. So I was hoping you'd all say it's like, oh, we really liked it when you did Wolfenstein. Please do something like Doom Eternal. Because like I know I do a lot of strategy games and a lot of sort of more narrative style games because they're easy to talk over, but on my day-to-day stuff, I actually play a lot more first-person shooters than I think people suspect I do. Ooh. Our expedition encounters an empty plain with a beautiful, immaculately clean temple in the center. As we draw near, we see many silent creatures tending to the grounds and gardens. Inside the structure, there is only a lone gray monolith, which begins speaking to us in a strange language. As we make more and more replies to it, the object appears to learn our language and declares itself a mighty god, and, if we do not make an offering, threatens to kill us with its servants. The warmest welcome, but worth considering. So we can make an offering, we could analyze the monolith, or analyze the situation. Let's analyze the monolith. And we will... Actually, let's get Aleb to do it, because we probably want to level up our weaker crew members. Oh, I did do Outer Wilds. I tremendously enjoyed Outer Wilds. That was a wonderful game. And I'm a very big Stanley Kubrick fan, so I saw a lot of parallels with 2001: A Space Odyssey. So Outer Wilds is beautiful. Said Homeworld 3 was an abomination earlier. I think I mixed that up with another game because I can't find anything that says the old Homeworld 3 exists. Yeah, I was not 100% sure what you were referring to because Homeworld 3 is forthcoming. And so far as I can tell, is actually a project to be enthusiastic about. But I don't know, like, I try to chill out a little bit on people's tastes. So, like, if somebody... Like, my general view is like, I'm not crazy about the dynamic online where generally somebody says, oh, hey, I like this thing, and immediately somebody in chat's like, well, I don't like that thing. And I'm like, well, you know, like, do we need to really drag everyone down? Like, so, you know, like, with that in mind, like, usually when I see, you know, somebody saying... No, I'll be honest here, right? Like, I shouldn't be throwing stones. I'm sure there have been plenty of times where I say, like, I don't care for something when somebody says that they've liked it. But like, with that in mind, like, it's just the sort of thing where, like, if somebody says they don't like something, I don't think there's a lot of value for me, like, taking the time on stream to say, no, you're wrong. This is brilliant. You gotta play it and love it and do everything that you can. But yeah, it's that's the only reason I didn't really go that far on it was I was like, oh, maybe there's something I don't know about Homeworld 3, and like I'm gonna go I'm gonna go do some research. I do know it used to be called Homeworld Cataclysm, and I believe it's now been renamed, but that was an expansion, so I don't know if that's what you were referring to. Wolfenstein was fantastic. The story they got going was amazing. You can't wait to see what's next. Youngblood was kind of a misstep. I haven't played Youngblood. But yeah, I mean, I was a huge fan of Man in the High Castle, the book. I have not seen the adaptation. The TV adaptation. But I have a soft spot for alternative history, and I feel like the Wolfenstein games really punched above their weight because they could have made just a really good first-person shooter, which they did, but they really just swung for the fences on the story and really did something special. So I was very pleasantly surprised by that. My slow methodical approach leads people like that to RPGs and strategy games. Yeah, actually, I don't do that many RPGs, oddly enough. I should probably do more. Or puzzle games. I really do love Zachtronics games, and I haven't done a lot of them on stream because I have a feeling backseating might be a problem. And yes, Takri, and I believe that would be after I started putting the game in like square brackets, so I'm pretty sure if you do a search either on my YouTube channel or just System Chalk open brackets Outer Wilds, you'll probably be able to see the full playthrough. But yeah, Outer Wilds is wonderful. I've not played, is it Eye of the... Oh, hell, what's it called? Anyways, there's an expansion, which I haven't bought yet, but... I don't care for air. You just breathe taco dust. Yeah, I mean, again, like, it's I don't necessarily think it's bad for people to express opinions, but like, definitely when someone says they don't care for something, I generally prefer to just move on to the other topic rather than like, you know, offer the counterpoint, unless it's something I feel rather strongly about. So yeah, the reason the Homeworld 3 thing went unchallenged was just like, oh, maybe I should check this out because I didn't know too much. Opus Magnum's really good. I've been stuck on what I thought was the last puzzle of TIS 100. Is it 100? TIS whatever. And turns out that there's a bunch more. But there's a new one coming out. Something. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry to go off of out there, but I feel like I owe it to you to. For those of you who don't know about the new Zachtronics. A word from our not sponsor.
Boot up your Sawayama Power Lens and dial into Last Call BBS from Zachtronics. Build futuristic factories in 20th century Foodport. Snap together model kits in Steed Force Hobby Studio. Work beyond mortal flesh in Last Call BBS has all the software you never knew you needed. Last Call BBS from Zachtronics.
So, look, I mean, let's face it. If it's got Zachtronics in the title, I'm pretty sure most of you know whether or not you're interested in it or not. But July 5th, and it's actually going to be on Game Pass. So, did you ever try Exapunks, Takri? I realize it's very different from Opus Magnum, but I'm curious because I've actually got one solution in Exapunks I'm rather proud of. Okay. Actually, here's one other thing. I attend a local game dev meetup here in Ottawa, and it turns out the profile for a lot of these developers has grown. So there are a couple of people who worked on Cuphead, but now there's some people who not only have worked on Cuphead, but have actually also worked on Tunic. Once upon a time, that game was called Secret Legend. But yeah, I now know people in Vancouver and Ottawa that wound up working on Tunic. So it's not just that Ottawa is not a major game development hub, but it's there's definitely like a lot of people doing interesting stuff, and every once in a while I'll host those meetups. But there's one guy, Jeremy, who does a lot of really interesting retro stuff. So like he made a game engine in a language called Forth, which oddly enough is the language that Starflight was made in. And like he will do stuff like take old hardware. Like I think he took an old Apple II or something like that and has taken his like Forth engine and made games on that. Like he definitely does a lot of fun stuff like that, but he's like really into Zachtronics games, like to a point where if he sees someone on the high scores that's got a higher score than him, he will put the effort into beating it. I've got one thing that I've been able to beat him at. And like there was a while where like every month we'd have a meetup and I was like, you didn't get it yet, have you? It's like, I got you on like, it was one of the categories. It wasn't all three. I said, and I'm calling that a win. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. You've been trying a couple wins, but like, I love it because this guy is a really good programmer. And so when I had like my TIS 100, like my slightly more efficient solution, like it was like one cycle more efficient or something like that. But it was like, all right, I may not be a good programmer, but this is my one point. Also, maybe I just really like knowing that he gets to look at that high score and be annoyed each time. But yeah, so Exapunks is definitely up my alley. But yeah, no, Opus Magnum's really good. I actually got to get back to Opus Magnum because Exapunks was one that sort of caught my eye. And then I've been trying to do them in order, and it's terrible to try and do them in order. Like, you've got to find the one that speaks to you and really sink your teeth into that. Okay, sorry, Monolith. As the Monolith protests and demands to know what we are doing, our engineer performs a scan of the object. Their readings report the Monolith is actually a computer. It dictates the lives of everyone in this place, running off energy culled from the decomposing bodies offered as sacrifice. The Monolith commands its servants to attack, but our engineer thinks quickly and scrambles the signals it emits. Once freed of the Monolith's influence, the silent creatures flee in all directions. Beneath the plinth upon which the statue rests, we discover enough resources to turn this near nightmare into a profitable adventure. Oh, damn! Luxury room module blueprint has been added to the database. Alright, well, we're gonna wind up wrecking the ship, but I'm looking forward to adding the luxury room. We can stop giving up our morale. But because we had a rocky start with Out There, I kind of want to just give a recap of sort of what this game is and why I find it interesting. Like, for those of you that see me play Starflight, I do kind of like the idea of the game being a little open-ended. I don't know if the world in Out There is procedurally generated or not, but in this case, it's kind of captured some of the things that I really like about Starflight, where you're given the space captain fantasy. You have to manage a certain set of resources and sort of think on your feet, like basically manage that experience of deciding what planets to go on, what you're willing to give up, what risks you're willing to take on in order to accomplish your overall mission. This one I feel is a little bit more directed than Starflight, but ultimately I like this particularly because I think just visually it's so appealing. And so a lot of the things that draw me to Starflight actually draw me to this game. And just this idea of having to manage my ship's resources to make sure that I'm going from world to world, but ultimately being able to go onto worlds and have adventures. So far we've had relatively tame ones just because of the nature of the planets we've been landing on. But it's appealing, especially when you get into those events like the Monolith and that. I just really find this a fun way of engaging, I guess. Usphere Ramjalash Sores. Let me just take a second here because I think I actually learned the word fear. Okay, yes. So us was also a word that we learned. So it does translate when you okay, so they fear Ramjel Shores. Us Rilsa Abum Nielenrelor Inlat, Roar Rilsa Abum Ramjim Shores. So I'm assuming that they're asking if we're affiliated with this thing that they fear. Inrinvoka Inlat. The alien does not appear to react to our response. Yeah, No Man's Sky actually, with the connection to Starflight, like No Man's Sky is almost like... So game development seemed to go down this path of really pushing the envelope as far as graphical fidelity, right? So it kind of feels like so, I still like playing retro games. There's a big gap in terms of my understanding of gaming too, because there was a long time where I just didn't play games at all. So for instance, like when Mass Effect came out, I wasn't gaming. So I think Mass Effect 3... So as like 2 or 3 had recently come out when I sort of got back into gaming. But I mean, whether or not that was a good thing for me to get back into gaming is another question. But I remember like looking and I was like, God, these things are like movies now. Like this is really cool. So, sometimes I'll play some retro stuff. Sometimes I'll play, games that I haven't experienced before. So, for instance, I haven't played Andromeda, although Andromeda is just because I didn't get around to it. Not that, I was definitely gaming when Andromeda came out. But what's kind of interesting is that you'll see sort of the progression from, like, a Wolfenstein and a Doom to Quake to, and then, like, around the Quake time, it sort of feels like every game has to be in 3D. And it doesn't even matter that the 3D doesn't necessarily look as good as the 2D stuff, right? Because there's obviously a lot of 2D games that are very beautiful to look at that, just in the end, because 3D was the new thing, like, you had to have that. I think if you play a lot of retro strategy games, like, you'll know what I'm talking about. Like, there's really no reason for those games to be in 3D, but it's pretty clear that there was like a mandate saying like, we're not funding this thing if it's not in 3D. And obviously the pendulum's kind of swung back. Like obviously there's a lot of games running around with pixel art now. But the other thing that's interesting is that No Man's Sky looks beautiful. Like don't get me wrong. But what's interesting is that it's kind of like a different type of game from history became more dominant. So instead of the games industry necessarily pushing graphical fidelity and, making aliens that look like that. Like, let's keep in mind, right? Like, Out There is an indie game. And, like, I'm not going to say that this is, Battlefield, 2042 level graphics, but this still looks good, right? Like, I couldn't make something that looks like this. You know, in little details, they've got this nice sort of matte painting on a background and some 3D elements. Like, this has got a clear visual style, and I'm like, this is neat. I am traveling to alien worlds and seeing new things. And again, this is not something that's been produced by a major studio. Well, I mean, like, Miklos is not like a nobody studio, but like this is not the product of like a Ubisoft or an EA or something like that. So what interests me the most about No Man's Sky is that it's almost as if it came from like a parallel dimension in which, you know, graphics still were developed, but all the effort went into something that Starflight did to try and preserve, like to create this impression of a much larger world, which was procedural generation. And of course, this is something that Rogue famously used. And like, to a certain extent, this is a really helpful tool, not just to be able to create lots of content without having to do it by hand, but having a procedural, being able to procedurally generate things also saves on space. So like, you and I can take for granted lots of hard drive space. And, you know, it's just for some computers, you can also take advantage of a lot of RAM, which is important if you're doing like statistics or something like that. But obviously, if you're playing a game from like the 80s or 90s or something like that, it's not really something you can take for granted that you're actually going to have access to a lot of memory. Like, I think the first Civilization game was still made at a time where you actually would need to like give your variables single character names, because it would actually mean, it would make a difference. Like, what you called your variables actually sort of mattered in terms of how much space it would take up. I'm pretty sure I've heard Sid Meier say that. It may not be Civilization though. It may be something earlier that he was working on. But so this is one of the reasons why, like, procedural generation is cool on its own, but it actually also served an important purpose for those older games, in that it allowed them to create worlds of variety. They created replayability in a way that did not require these scarce resources to be sort of taken up. And so what's interesting about No Man's Sky is that No Man's Sky doesn't face these space limitations. It doesn't face the kinds of limitations that made procedural generation necessary. But what it is it's still a game that was actually taking advantage of a lot of that technology to create this very broad universe to explore. Now, obviously, people had very high expectations for that game, and they weren't met on release. It is important to remember that there's never been a time where No Man's Sky has not had an exceptionally large player base playing every day. So the reaction to the game did not necessarily map to the actual experience of the majority of players, but it is still fair to say that the game on release is different from what it is today. But I still think it's really interesting, and again, it kind of connects to some of the things that interest me about Out There, is how there seems to be sort of this return to some things that some very early and very influential games did very well, and we sort of moved away from in favor of generating these very high quality handcrafted worlds. It's like, again, if you think of an Ubisoft game, one of the things about Ubisoft's production processes is they have this swarm of art people and designers who will move from project to project. So you'll have like the bare bones of a project being made, and they've kind of timed everything out so that this mass of talent will come in, and like there's a person who's just going to be making coffee cups for your world, and there's someone who's just going to be making plants, and it's stuff that you will like run by, not even look at it for 10 seconds and then move on. But there are people whose entire day is spent building that sort of stuff. But that doesn't have to be that way. And games like No Man's Sky are sort of an example of maybe what games would have looked like if the attention had sort of gone towards this other technology that was used. Yeah. No, it's definitely a very. I mean, I've still not spent a lot of time in it, but I'm genuinely impressed by what they did. Incidentally, I can't make any promises that this will be good, but if you are interested in terms of studios that I think are doing interesting stuff along this lines, Patrick Soderlund, I think, former chief creative officer at EA, when he left, he founded a company called Embark Studios. Embark Studios has been putting a lot of time and effort into building technology that will basically get humans to stop doing a lot of the drudge work. So it's kind of been automating photogrammetry. They've been using animation techniques where they've been using machine learning models to basically get the models to like learn to walk on their own instead of getting animators to hand animate. So what the animators will do is they will take a look at what those procedures are generating, and they'll make some sort of evaluations on whether or not this is actually a good walk animation. So their game is Arc Raiders. I don't believe it has a release date yet. But if this sort of stuff interests you, Arc Raiders is going to be a free-to-play game, and I am very interested in seeing how they deliver. And I do know that Embark is already working on their next project, in addition to Arc Raiders. So, anyways. The alien does not appear to react to our response. Okay, I'm going to start with recruitment just to see what's here. So Arako is actually a very tempting one. I think what I'm going to do here, so if I dismiss Aleb, we lose 10 morale. Okay, in that case, I don't think I want to chuck out people. I think I'm going to expand. Regular cabin. Okay, so I do already have the luxury cabin, but I don't necessarily know what that's going to get me. So let's add the regular cabin, and let's see what we can trade for it. Okay, maybe try and take some common item. Well, no, I want to keep the lockpicking kit. Okay, if I just throw the currency at it. Didn't exactly move the needle, but... Well, that's not true, it did, sort of. Yeah. Okay, I think it's a decent incident. Has anybody heard of Arc Raiders? Or did I just introduce that to a bunch of people? You're sleepy, gonna go lurk and listen from bed. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you so much for hanging out, Takri. Especially because I know I've been really taking a long time to get on with it in the game. But particularly you've been obviously really supportive of the broadcast. So I realize it's always a little tough to single people out because inevitably people will feel neglected. And I did spend some time talking about Paradox and how I feel neglected. But obviously it's not just that you've been doing a lot, but you've actually been really supportive in your comments. So I did want to take a second to I wanted to take a second to acknowledge that. I hope you have a really good sleep, and I hope I have at least have a couple of interesting things to show. Oh, actually, there's another thing I was going to say to Kree. You and scary games. I don't know the next time I'm going to do a scary game, but I've been told apparently I'm good at those because I don't react very strongly to them, and so people feel somewhat relaxed. They get to experience the scary game without me, without the scary part, because I don't freak out. So I'll let you know the next time I'm doing one of those. But have a good night. Thank you very much for retweeting and the support. And Immortal Validity says, you literally said move the needle right after your guy in TI said that. It's why I connect so well with that game. There's probably a video of me playing Outlast on stream, but I don't think it has the square brackets over it. So I'll figure it out. I've got Amnesia. So if you guys are interested in scary games, the Ones I haven't played and have in my library. Amnesia Rebirth. I'd kill to do Soma again. It's not exactly a scary game, it's more a sci-fi game, but Soma's so good. That one I've already played. Alien Isolation. I understand that one's quite long, but I'd be really interested in doing it. And so yeah, Amnesia and Rebirth and Alien Isolation are probably the two big ones. I don't have a problem doing Resident Evil. I don't necessarily think them as very scary games, but Evil Within, I think that's one that I haven't played. I played Amnesia, I played Machine for Pigs, I played Outlast and Outlast 2, as well as the Whistleblower DLC. I'm trying to think if there's any other good examples of scary games. Again, I'm open to suggestions, but... yeah, I think... yeah, no, honestly, Soma, like... Soma was not well received when it first came out, and I think the problem is that people who were fond of Amnesia were expecting a horror game that was too sci-fi for them, and like the sci-fi people maybe didn't necessarily want a horror game, but it's honestly one of the best science fiction stories I've seen told in a video game. It is like I really think it's a game I really make an effort to try and get people into, and it's a tricky one. So, friend is a transhumanist and found nothing wrong with Soma. We've had some massive discussions on. Yeah, I have a different, probably a different set of interests than your friend, but like it reminds me of what I like about Philip K. Dick books, right? Like I mentioned The Man in the High Castle before. It's a game that I think fictional games is less about horror. Like, I think horror is a niche that they were able to carve out for themselves, but I actually think they're much more about narrative. And I really feel like Soma really had some clear ideas on the kinds of stories that it wanted to tell and some of the themes that it wanted to deal with. And I think, like, you know, if you've watched... trying to think of, like, some of the good Philip K. Dick adaptations. Obviously, Blade Runner is, like, the most famous. Minority Report, A Scanner Darkly... I feel like there's a couple of other ones I'm giving enough credit to, but those are probably like the big ones. Obviously those are all older films, but you know, they've got they have obviously like such a good twist in them, but there's so much more to them than that. Like it's not just like it's a good twist, but it's something where you can actually just like really sit down and try and puzzle out how you feel about what you just saw. And I really feel like sometimes that's missing from a lot of the high concept stuff that we see. Amnesia... oh yeah, sorry. You know, you can never play yourself. You wanted to see it so bad. Yeah, I liked Amnesia. Amnesia, I think, troubled me more on some of the journals that were released. Like, you know, some of the things that you would read about what was going on in the castle. I don't know if I definitely thought the dread of the servants, like the fact that they were there rather than the actual experience of them was always a little more stressful. But I remember the stuff that really got me about Amnesia was the description of the things you did in the castle. I was always really troubled by that. Oh... see, this is what I love about doing these streams. It's like, even if we do wind up talking about stuff that's off the topic of the game, I get to find out how literary you all are, and you get to, you know, you're mentioning Philip K. books, Dick books that I haven't read yet. All right, so this is pretty standard in this case. I was willing to give up more of the minerals just because I don't think there's a lot that I can get out of this. We'll put for instance, we're putting the copper directly in the hull. We'll add carbon to the stack. We may have a little more luck with the lab. These will actually be helpful going into the nebula. So, yeah, so we'll transfer these all into the greenhouse. And this is for 50 turns, so... you wish the endings were reversed. So okay, I think I get what you see. So, for the benefit of those who have not heard it, that I think specifically you are talking about what you as the character see, and essentially that the one you finish on is showed before. Essentially, you're shown the consequence of what the last one is shown. That's an interesting perspective. I never really thought of it that way. I'm gonna have to think how I would feel if I'd played the game that did that. But yeah, it's actually one thing I'll confess for this game. I'm a little curious where some of this is going to go in terms of the story. So like right now, we've been focusing a lot on our sort of our local concerns. And right now I'm kind of going on a side trip to find the nebula. But clearly that's a choice that I'm making, right? And I don't know if that choice is going to have a consequence in the context of this game with regards to, you know, what the confrontation with the big evil is going to be. Have a good sleep, Kree. Sorry for keeping you a bit later, but thank you for sharing your book list. Now I know what I need to be reading to. Damn it! We've been giving up the platinum in favor of building some other stuff. Okay, so I can try building a regular cabin for replacing the bunk bed. Now, I guess the question is, so I think I was originally trying the supraconductor, which means I can't afford to throw away the cobalt. Okay, here's what I can do. This is such a risk, but I'm gonna chuck the gold. But I don't have the copper for the... Okay, that's definitely something I'm writing down. We actually threw away some copper too. But I need a module slot, not a tech slot. No, I need a... No, this is a module slot. Does anybody remember what the cost for the module slot was? I think it was silicon, right? So eventually I want this to be a module slot, but I think for now we'll make this storage. So again, I'm not crazy about the fact that I had to throw away the gold, but... But yeah, so like, you know, again, it's my job to keep the stuff on topic. So like, please don't anybody think that I'm... Oh, yeah, it is silicon. Okay. Please don't anybody think that I'm like telling... It's a reminder to myself to keep things on topic. If there's a discussion that I think is not maybe not going the direction I think it should, I'll let people know. But this is one of the things I'm kind of interested in terms of out there is what you know, where the story itself is going to go, whether, you know, there's a matter of sort of costs or consequences in terms of going down this path as opposed to another one. Or, you know, maybe it's just a rip-roaring adventure through space. Like that is actually an experience I'm happy to get more often. Captain, we seem to be getting a response from our hails. It's the organization. 100 years after our colossal failure, not to mention our deaths? Not likely. Open the line, officer. Captain Nix, Science Officer Sergei. Can it really be you? Yes, Major Marzin, but our connection is a poor one. So you survived. Thank goodness. Since your mission, things haven't gone as planned. The Archon attacked us, and the God Cubes fled. The God Cubes left? How is this possible? At this rate, we won't survive much longer. Without the God Cube's technology, our colony is compromised. We're running out of resources. And the Lords? They didn't help you against the Archon. No, they no longer wish to fight. Some have disappeared. We can't leave you like this. We'll come to help you. Sorry, did someone promote you to captain and forget to tell me? The captain, the God Cubes have abandoned the Ark. And how is that our problem? You don't understand. The God Cubes gave us the technology capable of developing the colony. Without them, the whole system will collapse. Surely they can maintain what they already have. Our agricultural worlds will decay without the machines of the God Cubes. Our people are doomed to starve. It is by making them dependent that the God Cubes impose their will on so many civilizations. And the Lords, were they not created to serve the interests of the God Cubes? They should have helped us, but I imagine the flight of the God Cubes and the Archon's rebellion left them confused, without the will to fight. When you spend all of your life on a leash, freedom can feel like a prison. Captain, we must help the organization. The Archon no longer seems like a priority to you. I'm worried about my kin, Captain. I would prefer to return to the organization as soon as possible. There's also the matter of the nebula location given to us by the Atlas. I can't be objective about this. The decision is yours, Captain. I will follow whatever orders you give. So speaking of dilemmas and consequences, I do want to check out the nebula, but I do feel like the Ark is the more pressing matter. So, but yeah, so I mean, just in time, you know, we're talking about choices and story. It looks like we're getting into this territory now. Officer Sergei warns Captain Nix that the star in the system is about to go supernova. The explosion will annihilate all the astrological bodies in system, including a nearby starbase. The station makes contact, requesting that we tow a habitation module out of danger. An alternative would be to propel ourselves further away using the power of the explosion. Let's tow the habitation module. Nix cannot bring herself to abandon the unfortunate starbase. We managed to tow the habitation module behind a moon, which will provide some protection from the explosion. The survivors praise us and, in return for our good deed, provide us with some valuable technical data. Yeah, well, I'm actually not sure what's important either. Like, so the thing is that, like, I get the idea of, like, dealing with the great evil, but I feel like if this Atlas thing has given me this important location that will help me, I feel like it's foolish to just go after the great evil with a ship held together with, like, duct tape and hope. But I don't know the consequences of those choices. And, you know, in terms of the organization, it's like, well, you know, presumably whatever's in the nebula can wait for us to help the organization. But clearly here, I'm giving up more resources in order to be able to go to the Ark, because this is 32 light years, this is 54 light years. And I don't know, like, it could be that the way that the map works, that there's actually going to be some more indirect ways that I pass it. So, you know, you have about as much knowledge as I do in terms of what's important. But I don't know if there's a timer and that I'm not going to be able to follow a certain number of these objectives. But it's really interesting to see the game, like, opening up now. So even though I haven't made a lot of progress, and again, that's on me for doing so. I mean, again, I don't want to underplay the bugs, but, like, clearly there are other things that have caused it to be like this. I'm kind of interested in, like, I wonder if there's going to be, like, a big quest list for me to work with, and I'm ultimately going to have to make some choices, or if in the end I'm basically going to be able to do all of these as long as I can maintain my ship. All right, so fuel level has fallen by 30. That's a big problem. Tau stasis technology blueprint has been added to the database. Now, fortunately, we're in a system with gas giants, so the worry about the fuel hit is actually a really big one for me, right? Because it that's going to be, like, that's not something I have in reserve. But let's take a look at the modules. So Tau Stasis, a technology that manipulates the pockets of space created by the Cosmic Folder, effectively altering the flow of time around the ship and boosting the power of the Cosmic Folder. +5 performance increases the range of the Cosmic Folder by 4 light years. So generally good, but it is quite costly resource-wise. And of course we need to specialize a little bit. So I'm going to pursue these gas giants first, just to make sure I have the fuel that I need, and then we'll take a look at the abandoned ship. We may just wind up sort of pillaging the abandoned ship for what we need, or we may actually transfer into it depending on what technology is available. I've invested quite a bit in this ship, so I'm unlikely to give it up. Okay, this is good. This is 40 fuel worth. So we kind of got ourselves back to where we were before. We may not necessarily be able to fuel to the top, but we're doing okay out of this. He says as he basically fills his tank. And we knew that was going to happen, so we'll fix it with the iron or the fee. And let's check out that abandoned ship. Oh, this is such a cool looking ship. Okay, so of course, number one, we want to see what we have access to. So, performance, the abandoned ship has a higher performance, equal ecosystem, lower resistance, higher comfort, more slots. So, like, to a certain extent, this is already very attractive. One of the important factors is going to be figuring out whether or not we can rebuild everything we need. So let's say I am... Oh. Cancel. Okay, so I need the tungsten to build the regular cabin if I want it. Now, if I dismantle the regular cabin, I get 1, but I need 4, so automatically we're not going to have... Okay, so like basically I'm going to have to build either a basic bunk or give up a crew member. There's a sick bay. Okay, relaxation pod boosts the comfort, so... We'll have to repair the Cosmic Folder. So Geoscanner. So let's just see... Okay, Death Seed. Terrifying weapon that harnesses the strange energies of Omega to forcibly increase the mass of a star, causing it to collapse into a black hole? Jesus! Wormhole generator allows the ship to travel from one black hole to another within a range of 50 light years. Good lord. There's some really good stuff here. Okay, so drill to drill, Cosmic Folder. We got to repair the Cosmic Folder. No hydrogen probe, so I need to build another one of those. Otherwise I won't be able to... Oh, no, there's the hydrogen probe. Interplanetary reactor, telescope. So shield generator, I could theoretically build one of those, and that would get our resistance up. Refinery. So what's telling here is that even without the solar sails, this is a better ship. Geoscanner. Okay. Yeah, that's such an interesting... Okay, so like the things I would need to build would be a botanical complex. It's actually particularly important. Oh, so I might lose the benefit of those plants that protect me from the nebula. Look, I understand this is your home system, but I really need to get to work on your star, and it's convenient. Yeah, God. So I'm really tempted to get this, to take this ship over. So the one thing I would want to build ideally would be the shield generator, because then I can get the resistance. No, actually the resistance it's still going to be lower, so that's a little bit of a problem. Okay, so we can successfully unload all the cargo. I can already build a botanical complex. Okay. I feel a little nervous about this, but... Okay, so now we're going to dismantle... Can I transfer? Oh. There is a sort of disassemble, or yeah, let's just do disassemble everything. Okay, so part of this is just going to be to see if I can build anything else. Okay, so we've got some leftover gold and iron that isn't dealt with. So of course, let's deal with the fixes that we need first. Now, one thing I could do is, you know, just straight up make these both storage slots, and then we can keep both the iron and the gold. I don't think that's the right call though. I will put one storage slot in, and I feel like I should start by making this a tech slot, because in an ideal world I'm going to be able to put down either the solar sails or the... Actually, I can already put down the shield generator to boost the resistance. Can I do better? Okay, yeah, so now we're committed. The one thing I would prefer to do, of course, is have a regular cabin, but at the very least we've got a spot for our tungsten. And we also actually have a little extra space, so like I'm going to keep this oxygen here, but if I really need, I can just drag this oxygen in. Just going to take a look and see if there's anything else. I mean, I could put a temporary mess hall in place to boost the comfort, I guess. But yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about this new ship. It's actually kind of neat when you look at the shapes. Honestly, the big reason I wanted this one is just because of the larger number of slots. So in principle, we should be able to get more done with this ship. in the grand scheme of things. The only thing I am a little salty about is missing out on the oh Lord. Missing out on the okay, giving up on that. Can't finish the sentence. Yeah, the plants, and then there was another thing. Anyways, UFO, a small bright object shaped like an icosahedron flies quite near our ship. We glimpse writing in an unknown language, but it is gone before we can identify it. Either we can let it carry on with its current trajectory, or we can try to catch it. Thanks to the extraordinary piloting skills of one of the crew, we managed to recover the object. Though its inner workings remain completely incomprehensible to us, the materials it is crafted from are precious indeed. Found a holographic scanner. Okay. Given the fact that there wasn't a name for the pilot, I'm going to take a second here and see. Nope, they're all still assigned to roles. Okay, so this is a red system, so we're going to be focusing on getting hull. Now you'll notice that we don't have a lot of range. It's actually going to be hard to get to the next batch of systems. But let's see what we can do. Okay, so this is a 3-skull mission. I'm a little worried because we've got a character that doesn't have a lot of health. But possible rewards, blueprints, which you know I tend to try and get. And the potential damages fever, asphyxia, and bleeding. That will be relevant in terms of what what items we try to collect. It's probably better I just show you. And I think what I might do, depending how long this stuff takes, we're probably getting close to the end of the stream. Okay, so we'll add. I'm gonna bring everybody. In this case, I do want people to get experience. Oop. Excuse me. Nyx doesn't have, so I think this time I will bring the sacred ointments. Actually, you know what? Dehydrator's useful here. Because we need plants. Excuse me. Let's go for the common. So slightly lower chance of being affected by bleeding. And we will... This is the weak one, so if I can do something to help their health... So much there. Thank you. We'll do... Sacred ointments. But yeah, Alib is definitely somebody I'm going to try to avoid getting damaged. That's going to be really hard on this level of hazard, though. Okay. So again, this game doesn't seem to have there doesn't seem to be any penalty for taking a long time on a world, so this is one of the reasons why sort of stop and smell the roses as far as transport are concerned. So for instance here, we have a 25% chance of asphyxiation going through both of these tiles. Well, there might be another way around, so in this case, because there's no sort of timer, I'm actually going to head around and see if there's an alternative route that we can follow. Because right now, all that it's really showing me as a benefit is the minerals, which, you know, again, I'm not going to say no to, but if I guess you'd say, like, if there's the potential death of a crew member here, is this the sort of thing I'm willing to, you know, to deal with? Now, it looks like we're already kind of forced to choose. There's no other sort of passage. So, and in fact, they all have the sort of the same potential damage. So, I think at this point we just gotta hope that nothing too bad happens to us. Okay, Aleb has lost a health point along with Nyx. So I want to be kind of careful about how I handle this. The effect is going to be over time, I believe. So we have a healing option, but I want to be careful about when I activate that. And again, we've got a couple of... So we've got reboot event. Okay, crash ship doesn't tell us what the consequence is. So in this case, I'm just taking an opportunity to do some exploration before we go too far in. It doesn't say what kind of damage, it just says death damage. So I'm willing to kind of tickle the edge of these things just so that I can see what the area looks like and make some choices. Neither of these are compelling enough for me to investigate yet, though. I want to at least deal with sort of opportunities in my immediate area. Okay. We approach the structure that we believe to be a very large spaceship, only to discover that it is much more than that. The building is actually the remains of a massive orbital transmission satellite capable of enormous data transfers. One of the expedition party refers to it as a galactic internet router used by an unknown species. We realize that reactivating it could bring about the best or worst. If the data it contains could be invaluable, what should we do? We can retrieve the archives, download the technical documents, or take control of the satellite. In this case, Sergei has enough points to do that. Even if the technology is beyond us, our engineer manages to interface with the satellite. They discover the reason for its crash, a malignant AI created for the sole purpose of destroying data. It's fortunate that we didn't blindly download the satellite's contents. We uncover what uninfected documents we can find and salvage them. So communication station module blueprint has been added to the database. We have learned fight, Mefnex, and I believe the game has already translates for us, but I'm going to take the second here just to write it down in case I got that wrong. So in some worlds, you can actually kind of get around. So like notice here that we didn't have to go through the asphyxiation. We are going to have to go through like one of these things to get back to our main ship. There is actually another option we have if we're feeling particularly threatened, but I'll maybe get into that later. Ooh, we already have another choice. I'm not going to turn this down. I'm just not quite going to visit it yet. It'd be nice if we can get to sort of the primary goal before we use up too many of our abilities. Sounds like a berserker probe. Send it out, waits for someone technological enough to download it, and then causes an accident. Where's the concept of berserker probe come from? That's the first I've ever heard of that, Telrea. Of course, now it's going to be in something that I've claimed to have read before, and I'm going to be really embarrassed. But Babylon 5. Okay, I have not seen Babylon 5. Although I think Olaf told me off for not watching it, so I probably should. Although I have Michael Straczynski's screenwriting book. So I think Michael Straczynski was the crew has gained 3 experience points. That's because of the lockpicking kit that I equipped. Yeah, I think I've got his book. Actually, I think I worked for a guy who worked on that. I think Carl Herman worked on Babylon 5. Yeah, this is actually one nice little bonus of streaming is that like, so it's not like I've never heard of Babylon 5, right? But it's really nice, especially when you build some rapport with people in terms of the stuff that you know they like, or, you know, or people who know stuff that I like. It's just really nice to be able to get an idea, like, of the stuff that I've sort of neglected, what's worth, like, what's worth, like, taking the time to check out. And like, again, it's a private perk for me, I guess, but I do appreciate recommendations like that. I have no idea how I'd watch it, but all right, we come across a titanic metal structure that at one point must have opened like a flower and begun the process of vomiting smaller, intricate metal structures, only to freeze mid-process. It appears to be, an alien terraforming ship that lost a battle with the planet's natural ecosystem. So you could recover materials. Now that's going to cost us health points, and we don't know how many, so it could kill this unit. Never got into Babylon. I think it was the hair. Battlestar Galactica, though. Now, are you talking about the original or the remake? Because I may have worked on the remake. Only the third season, though. I've never actually seen the show. Apparently, people didn't like the third season. I worked in the camera department. I'm not responsible for the story, okay? Did it look good? Were you happy with the way it looked? Because if it did, then I did my freaking job. Actually, I specifically did my job if you didn't see me in any of the shots. But, yes. That is one of the few things I can say that I worked on that, like, people are like, oh, that's cool. As opposed to the other stuff where I'm like, I've never heard of that. And I'm like, yeah, there's a reason. Didn't make movies. I made money. Like the idea that the probe, they sent out a few thousand probes and they hunt down any civilizations technological enough to be a threat and blow them up. That is a really cool idea. Love the way it looked, felt, desperation to build up. It looked good. The end twists were terrible. Yeah, so the only thing I know about the end twists, because like some people were sometimes careless with their script, so every once in a while I would like get to see some of the stuff that was being written. And I think there was some kind of an indication that, like, the people who were, like, robot people started hearing all along the watchtower or something like that. At least that was in an earlier draft. I don't know if that was still a thing, if that was still a thing by the end. But that's really all that I know. One of the episodes I worked on, I have a theory that if a television show goes on long enough, it's always going to have a boxing episode. I definitely remember shooting that. And like, this is true for like a show that was shooting around the same time. I worked on like a Fight Club episode of Smallville. I think they had like a professional wrestler visit the set for that. Again, I don't watch professional wrestling, but the guy was really nice. So, and I get he was really big, so I'm assuming he was the professional wrestler. There are a couple of very attractive ring, you know, the people who hold up the numbers. Not only did it stay there, it was one of the worst twists. Okay. Well, someone who worked far away on the same floor as you had that song as their ringtone, and you'd hear it in the distance. Okay. Actually, there's I don't know how many of you have seen this, but there's a Jude Law series. It's like, it's not really a, like, I think it's turned into a TV series now, but I think it was originally intended as sort of like a standalone, like, miniseries called The Young Pope. And it's got a really interesting take on all along the Watchtower as its like opening theme. But yeah, so my theory on television is if you let a TV series run along long enough, there's going to be a boxing episode. So like, worked on the boxing episode in Battlestar, worked on a boxing episode in Smallville, worked on I've been watching Billions. Apparently the new season isn't very good, I've heard, but I haven't seen the latest one. That one gets a boxing episode. Like, it just really feels like you either get canceled before you can do your boxing episode, or you do a boxing episode, no matter how tangentially related it is to the subject of the series. Like, who would have thought of a film about finance and power in New York, state and city, would be, would get a boxing episode. But not only do they have it, but like Jocko Willenick and a bunch of other like sort of reasonably well-known celebrities all appear as like traders. So, but yeah, I don't know. Like I've heard mixed things about Battlestar Galactica. People seem to chill out about the ending, over time, and I think that's true for a lot of things. But I kind of started watching it. I watched a couple of seasons, and I didn't dislike it. It's just I never really got to finish all that much of it, and it's one I'd like to kind of return to. But I also got locked in a cage with Trisha Helfer, so that's my one story. In Babylon 5, the first 3 seasons were written together and interlink well. The next few seasons weren't as good. They were written afterwards and did new arcs, not as tied to the original story. That's the other challenge. Like it's you can really tell on some shows where they've got a good thing going, and so they keep with it. And then there are some that are willing to just sort of like put a pin in it, said what they need to say, and just finish. And it's hard. I think it's even hard for the writers to tell that sometimes, because you just don't know. Like, you're writing it, you're doing the same stuff that you did before. But all of a sudden people are talking about like how bad it is. So, sometimes, you can only really tell this stuff like from the couch, as opposed to being in the middle of it. But again, like I don't know anything about writing this stuff, so. It's happening with YouTubers and streamers. They're boxing. Oh my God, you're right, Jet Patrick. So the theory holds even for the YouTube channel. Ah! Why is this a thing? Okay, I'm gonna have to like sit down and really work it out. I had no idea there were 4 separate Battlestar Galactica runs since the 70s. Yeah, I hear Firefly a lot, and I guess they made a film called Serenity. I've never touched Firefly. Again, it seems like something I might be interested in. I never I'm not going to talk about anything about Joss Whedon, the celebrity fallen from grace. I just don't know enough, and the thing is that I was never a big Joss. I was never kind of a big fan. I generally, unless it's like Stanley Kubrick or maybe Clint Eastwood. Not even Clint Eastwood, I wouldn't say I'm a fan. I just think he's a really good filmmaker. But beyond Stanley Kubrick, I'm actually, or James Cameron probably I could say as well. Beyond that, I find it really hard to think of writers and directors that I'm I will follow them and fanboy over. It doesn't mean that I'm not aware of them. And sorry, I will get on with the game for a little bit. But it's I've just never. I guess I'm not really wired that way to sort of fall over for most creators. I mean, again, I'm big on Kubrick, but. Even really, really talented filmmakers. I very much enjoy Christopher Nolan movies, but I don't think the man walks on water, right? So, I don't think he's really helped himself with some of the interviews that he's done. But I suspect one of the reasons I didn't check out Firefly actually was because I was sometimes a little annoyed by the fandom. The Whedon fandom, not necessarily the show fandom. But I keep hearing how good Firefly is. So it's one of these things that because it's long enough from people being big fans of the show and they're still recommending it to me, that's the point where I'm sort of okay, I probably should check this out. Serenity is one of the best sci-fi films of all time, right up there with Fifth Element. I heard there was supposed to be a sequel to The Fifth Element. Okay, we're going to search for personal effects just because I don't want this character to die. I think I started saying that, but crew's morale decreases by 5, and the crew found an ancient compass. Now, I think we're out of the woods as far as, like, the bleeding morale is concerned, but we should hopefully get some of that morale. If nothing else, we should hopefully get some of that morale back when we finish the mission. You wish Stargate had been a trilogy of movies instead of a show? That had a good idea. I guess it was a trilogy of shows. There were 3, weren't there? There's like Stargate, Stargate Atlantis, or SG-1 Atlantis, and then Universe, I think, was the last. Oh god, I didn't even think of Caprica. You're right. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked, so I'm just trying to work out my paths. Right, okay, so I'm going to check out the mist before we move on. I have a feeling this is going to be one of these ones where I actually run out of action points. Yeah, you know, the really shameful thing is that as much as I like sci-fi stuff, I actually really haven't watched that many science fiction shows. Like, I've never really seen Star Trek. I think I've now seen a Star Trek movie. I think it's First Contact. James Cromwell plays the guy who does, like, the first faster than light jump. Oh, that's not true. I actually saw another one. I think it was called Nemesis, and it had like Data. It had like the only thing I remember about Nemesis was that I seem to remember it being quite forgettable, and it had this really cool shot of Data jumping out in space between 2 halves of a breaking ship, and that's about it. But like obviously, if I worked on Battlestar Galactica, Ron Moore, I believe, got his start on Next Generation. And of course, Star Trek itself is just such a huge touchstone for a lot of subsequent science fiction serials. And then, of course, another one that I really should see is The Twilight Zone. Because that's, like, first of all, that's a style of television that really hasn't been a thing for such a long time until Black Mirror came along. And I guess Love, Death, and Robots now. But, you know, obviously Rod Sterling's just such a tremendously talented writer. And the way that it handles certain subjects while still, like, spinning a good yarn, I think is something we could stand to remember, or, like, to sort of relearn. It's why you like... Oh, sorry. Nothing wrong with fluff. The actual plot for SG-1 can be distilled down into, like, 3 or 4 episodes a season. It's about like Naruto. I haven't seen Naruto either, but it's why you like all the sci-fi stuff. All the action leads to stuff like Star Trek Discovery. Okay, I haven't seen Discovery, so TNG was awesome. Aesop Fables in space. Interesting. Contrary opinion, you like Voyage. Again, I don't know, wouldn't know, but I'll have to check it all. Star Trek has a huge story behind it. It was canceled, brought back, became a cartoon, came back again, became films. Voyager was fine. Modern ones are awful. I hear like the two that there seems to be a consensus about is Next Generation and Deep Space Nine are sort of the two unquestionably good ones, and then I think people will say whether or not they like some of the more dated aspects of the original series. But again, this is all secondhand stuff. I should really just check this stuff out myself. Our expedition encounters a swamp and pushes deeper into the region. Our geological surveys suggests there were mineral deposits just below the surface, which we could mine. As we begin boring samples, we disturb a wide area of the swamp's surface. A thick mist forms, obstructing our vision and sensors. Drilling here means that we risk not being able to find our way back. So we could leave now, gather resources, or mark the path. That is going to use up the last of Sergei's actions, but I think it's worth it here. Deep Space Nine is Babylon 5 light. Well, there you go. It keeps coming back to Babylon 5. A lot of people argue over Voyager being good or bad. I dug it as Janeway was a captain, but she's all about her crew first. The Prime Directive was flexible. Our engineer fashions a trail from a kind of gel, capable of stretching for miles and remaining bright for long periods after being exposed to the sun. We mine as many resources as we can. As expected, the mist rises in greater and greater density, obscuring all vision for miles around. It becomes so thick that we cannot see one another, even when close enough to touch. Thankfully, the engineer's invention proves its worth. When it comes time to leave, its glow leads us straight out of the swamp. So, I'm not exactly doing cartwheels over getting extra minerals, but it's nice to have. I think I'm also gonna risk the spikies again. Because it didn't do that much damage to us last time. And it looks like there's only... we'll only get hit by it once. Hey! We didn't get hit at all. Oh no, but it's a dead end. Oh, this game's a troll. All right. I'm really worried when it shows that skull. Like, it does make me think that there's the possibility for 2 damage to hit this unit. I'm just trying to think if there's a clever way for me to minimize the number of, like, deadly things that we cross over. God, we are really, really lucky with this stuff. Okay, so this is the quest object. So the good news about this is that while we will be going through regions that can potentially damage us, we can use up the rest of our abilities to sort of heal. So, Sergei lost a health point. That's fine. They've got lots. So if you want, I think there's actually a fun... So we're going to talk about cartoons. I am slightly amazed at... So, like, one of my private questions about... So this can actually relate to Out There, too. So one of my kind of hobbies or, like, questions... The ground stuff in this game isn't thrilling you? That's kind of interesting. So, like, I'm trying to be cautious about it. I do actually like the process of going onto planets and, like, finding new things. That's kind of interesting, though. Because, like, it's something I do enjoy, but I'm interested to hear that it's not really working for someone else. But yeah, I was gonna say on the cartoon side of things, I think one thing that has come up in the reviews is that apparently there used to be a constraint in terms of your ability to move about the planet. For me, I'm kind of glad it's not there because it lets me get my map through the maze, and I always sort of thought the movement through the maze was the appeal, but it may be there was a different vision for this. But yeah, I was gonna say on the cart. So like one of my little hobby horses, although I don't really know how I'm gonna find this out, is I'm kind of curious how. I'm kind of curious how like franchises happen. So like I'm thinking specifically of FASA. This is going to relate to cartoons and also Out There. But so like FASA, I found out actually had its start selling Traveler modules. I think I said this earlier in the stream when we were talking about Pathfinder and stuff like that. And obviously FASA is much better known though for its BattleTech and Shadowrun games. And specifically, BattleTech is interesting to me because that is a world that wasn't just is not just a miniature war game, but it's a series of books. Like the novels kind of seem to be driving forward the events and worlds. Like there was a period of time where like I was really into BattleTech, and then I sort of moved and didn't bring the stuff with me. And then like I came back and there's like whole new eras added to it, and it's like, oh my god, like this is huge. And like I'm just finding out like they're still making novels, and those novels are still sort of driving forward the story, and that story winds up becoming like part of the game. So like I just found out recently that like the lore of the game is basically the clans win. I live in Ottawa, and apparently the battle for the fate of Terra happens in Ottawa. I'm like, good lord, like, are they writing this for me? Also, like, I'm super fond of Jade Falcon, so, like, I think it's cool that the clans win, but, like, Jade Falcon loses, so I'm like, no! But yeah, like, obviously, it's not just a series of books, but it's a role-playing game, you see. It's like the video games for BattleTech go back to the 1980s. It's actually Westwood Software, the people who did Command and Conquer and like the Blade Runner adaptation and Dune. Like some of their first games were BattleTech games. And by the way, I'm sorry, Elgrins, I saw you talk about Starfield. I'm looking forward to Starfield. Because again, I used to not be into Bethesda games. Like Starfield is one of the first times I get to like be into a Bethesda game before it comes out. But yeah, exactly. Like so BattleTech has gone from a tabletop board game, which was, I think one of the first original properties from a publisher that or not even somebody who's making supplements for somebody else's tabletop role-playing game, to the sort of thing where like apparently I think it's the fourth Succession War, the one where Steiner and Davion they get married, and the wedding gift is essentially the Capellan Confederation, and that apparently is like an event that happened at a convention. Like there was an actual wedding reception that was put together to announce that next bit. And on top of that, it's a series of virtual reality centers where apparently like some of those pods are still functional, and you can go and play the VR game of BattleTech. It admittedly looks very dated now, but apparently Virtual Worlds is still operational, or at least the machines are still going on and people will still play them. And there's a BattleTech cartoon. So I haven't actually seen all of the cartoons, but I'm used to finding it. So like I'm actually genuinely trying to think of something that series could touch. I guess the only thing that hasn't happened is, so far as I can tell, there hasn't been a BattleTech comic. But other than that, I actually basically think that there isn't a type of media that BattleTech hasn't touched. But clearly it didn't start that way, right? Like Shadowrun to a certain extent also has this level of, but I can't think of like a Shadowrun TV show. I can't think of a Shadowrun virtual reality center. I can't think of like, quite the same intensity for Shadowrun that there seems to be for BattleTech. But obviously it wasn't always that. There was also a period, like when people think of Space Marines, they immediately think of Warhammer 40K, right? If you mention Warhammer 40K, everyone knows what you're talking about. Everyone has a tone in mind. And obviously, there was a period in history where 40K wasn't a thing, and Games Workshop was a publisher of other people's properties. There are comics. I did not know that. Yeah, okay, no, fair enough. Like, I didn't look very hard, but, like, it was the only... I actually did not know that there were BattleTech comics. I definitely knew that there was, like, a fan magazine. But I didn't realize that there weren't their comics. Cool. Okay, yeah, so I genuinely cannot think of a type of media that BattleTech hasn't touched then. I do have MechWarrior 5. I like it. Also a Vancouver game. Canadians are very good at making games. But so here's the thing, right? Like we all have the benefit of hindsight of looking at these things, and we've also seen franchises try to be created, right? So we've seen Anthem clearly was not intended to be a one-off game, but it did not capture the imagination the way that I think BioWare was hoping it would. So, you look at something like Assassin's Creed, it's pretty clear that the concept for that lends itself towards further games, right? There's always more history being generated. But I'm always kind of curious how companies make the transition, because the one thing that does seem to be true for a lot of these really iconic franchises is that these companies do actually begin as the publisher of other people's content and then do an original thing on their own. No BattleTech poetry. Fair enough. We'll have to find... I don't know. I feel like that's something that Draconis Combine fans could probably work on. And I mean, obviously, a lot of people want this to happen. But I still couldn't tell you like how these things happen. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to argue here. Like, obviously, all of the examples of franchises are not necessarily good ones. Like, I love the Terminator films if the Terminator films are Terminator and Terminator 2 Judgment Day. To be honest, I haven't really seen... I've seen at least one other film. I don't even remember which one it was. But, like, clearly... Roses are red, violets are blue. There is a mech coming for you. But what kind of mech? But yeah, like it's clear, like to a certain extent, there is the question of have you made something that sort of captures the imagination, is popular enough, and so on and so forth. But even then, right, like clearly there is the difference of these things that have such a tremendous amount of mind share that like you just simply cannot think of any other alternatives. And other ones where like obviously there's a lot of financial resource. Like, so I guess the thing that interests me the most is that these examples that we're thinking of, with the exception of Assassin's Creed, are largely not being created by the spending of a lot of financial resources letting people know about it, right? Like Games Workshop doesn't need to spend a lot of advertising to let people know what the story of 40K is. You can go to an absolutely bonkers wiki and see these endless articles about every single detail in this world. And again, there was I'm sure there are people alive today who, I think it's an 80s thing, but like, I'm sure there are people alive who could describe a world before there was Warhammer 40K. Clearly it's not a question of money, because for a lot of these properties, they seem to be the things that really have established these as like major gaming companies. You could even kind of say the same of like Dungeons and Dragons, but it feels like, at least in the case of like TSR, they made a new thing that caught on. Yeah, I actually had a friend who worked at a Games Workshop store. He gave me a primer on all of the objections to like people saying it's really expensive. I think it's actually really cool that they have places to promote a hobby like that, but obviously, like, Games Workshop's margins are not hurting. Like, it's definitely a very costly, definitely a very costly hobby. But yeah, anyways, like, where I was just going with this is, like, I've been really curious how these things get born, because there seem to be common elements to a lot of these stories, and yet there's so many examples of people failing to do so. And so, like, in the case of a game like Out There, like, obviously this game was popular enough to, you know, prompt a mobile port and also this sort of improved sequel, which I actually find very enjoyable. But it's also kind of hard to see this spinning off into a series of games. Like, I couldn't imagine an Out There first-person shooter or an Out There... now, again, this might be a lack of imagination on my part, but I don't immediately think of this being done in other formats. I think this works very well as sort of this resource managing narrative game. But anyways, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to go on so long about it, but just because we're talking about cartoons, I was like, well, I got to talk about the BattleTech cartoon now, even though I can't really speak intelligently about it. All right, our expedition arrives to find good news, a wrecked ship in excellent condition. There will almost certainly be something worth recovering at this location. However, there is also bad news. The wreck is balanced on the edge of a very large abyss. If the weight of the wreck shifts by even a meter, it will surely tumble over the cliff. Fortunately, there is no wind here, but how can we make the most of this find? Strategically strip the vessel. With great skill and no small amount of equipment, we painstakingly remove the ship's components one by one. This gradually tilts the entire mass towards stable ground, away from the drop. After much effort, we make enough progress to access both the secrets contained within the ship's log and its cargo hold. I can't help myself. I need to both apologize and go on tangents. All right, Ikat Ea has lost 2 action points. Relaxation pod module blueprint has been added to the database, and the crew has found a handbook of cave paintings. So we reached the objective. That's good for our morale. Now we actually have a couple of options available to us. So again, I'm worried about losing crew members. But so one thing I could do is I could actually spend fuel and bring the ship over. I'm not going to do that because healing my characters is also a thing that yeah, so this is ideal. Care of the Ancients. So definitely one for Aleb, and we'll also take care of Sergei. So I think I need to cross 2 harmful... Yeah, so I gotta cross this one. Oh, it looks like it's 3. So this one, and then this one to get to the ship. Now you do get a bonus on XP if you... You get a bonus on XP if you use up all your action points. So that's one of the things I'm trying to do, particularly with the new members. Oh, I can't redo that. Oh, it looks like I can. So I could try brewing a bunch of tea, but that costs 4 plants, so I'm not going to be able to use up all 3. But everybody else is going to get some experience bonuses. I am Canadian, yep. Oh, maybe maybe you only get the experience bonus if everybody uses up everything. Anyways, that's a pretty decent haul. All right. So I don't believe... Yeah, we don't have the space for any of this. So we'll start by maxing out our extraction in the refinery. I'm probably going to wind up having to throw away some things, but I have some ideas about how I'm going to make space. Okay, so I'll start with a transfer all. So we need the platinum. So first thing I'm going to do is actually just throw some oxygen. Oh wow, I can use oxygen as fuel as well. Interesting. I'm just going to use it for the oxygen, so that lets me put the platinum here. Now platinum can also be used for oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure platinum can be used for oxygen. So next up we will go to the laboratory. +3 morale per engineer every 4 interstellar voyages, +3 morale per xenolinguist, 5 morale every 6 trips. Okay. So, oh, do they not tell me what my ship's stats are? Come on, guys. Like, this is one of the things that... Sorry, I'm being a little more whiny about this than I should, but, like, surely being able to know my ship's, like, performance and ecosystem when I like, I can't go back without losing these, things, I'm pretty sure. So, like, you know, it would be kind of nice to be able to see the stats. I mean, I'll try. We'll see whether or not flower blah blah flower. I'm pretty sure this is a placeholder text. Anyways, so this is an obvious one to work with. So what it comes down to is yeah. Well, I do think this is a like a, yeah, man, they really, okay, I'm gonna think my performance is higher than my ecosystem. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that it's quite similar to the, okay, so it turns out I made the right call here, but still, it would have been nice to have a little more certainty there. Okay, the big question is, do I have what it okay, so I definitely don't have enough for the luxury room. What about the regular cabin? Still don't have enough tungsten. Theoretically, if I could scrap the basic bunk, I could scrap it, but now, there was another thing that we were looking to do here, and that's drill. Oh, well, there's the tungsten I needed. Okay, well, let's the regular cabin built. Cool. So I guess the other question is, do I want to drill again? I think the platinum comes off of... Nope, says it comes on rocky planets. Okay, well, paid off. All right, I'm not going to complain about that. So I don't see a lot of value. Well, I guess I wanted to see if I could repair the hull. So do I want to go back? Like, do I want to give up the fuel and the oxygen to go? Let's try the neutron star. I think that'll give me a little bit of everything. I did say that was going to be the last one I went with, but oh wow, it's a lot of garden worlds. Okay. I'm actually going to be a bit short on fuel, I think. So maybe I want to skip that one and head straight to the other neutron star. I'm actually a bit worried about the fuel situation. Oh, I think we're stuck. No, we're okay. But I do wonder where I'm going to be getting my fuel from. Okay, well, in an emergency, I can use the Omega, but I really don't want to use the Omega. The other alternative is I can use these garden worlds for oxygen. Okay, well, let's take one of them. So the mobile game Jetpack, did that not have a like an exploration component like what we see on this one? So part of this is kind of a desperate attempt to get some fuel. Oh, it did. Okay. Okay, that was kind of an even run. Even doesn't actually help me that much, but... So the question is, do I want to try another run on... So the question is, like, am I able to hit this? I'd love to go to the black hole, but the thing is I actually really need to care a lot about fuel right now. So I think let's just YOLO it to the red dwarf. Oh, brutal. As our ship enters the periphery of a system, our sensors pick up a small object drifting away from the star. Could it be a piece of ship, an equipment container, or an escape pod? It's impossible to say. Going after the object will use up fuel. Is it worth it? Yes. Captain Nix decides to seize the opportunity, and we push the reactors to their limits in order to match the object's velocity. It turns out to be an escape pod after all, containing a desperate explorer. We've gained a crewmate.
Fuel tank low.
All right. Pagustan joins the crew. System contains a civilized planet. It's full of interesting opportunities, much like villages encountered during expeditions. Okay, so we've got 2 fuel. This is where I think this sort of stuff gets fun, right? Because like now what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can trade for the fuel that we need to get to the next area. Landing on a civilized planet slightly improves the morale of the crew. If morale is too low, some crew members may wish to resign. A good reputation gives crew access to rarer items while trading. It also makes stronger recruits available. Starting with exploration of the village is a good way to build your reputation. Let's go and hope for the best. A giant windstorm prevents us from accessing the city. Walking in a line, one behind the other, we cling to a thin line of rope connecting us. Suddenly, a terrible gust lifts us in the air and carries us a great distance. We land hard, covered and choking on sand. When we rise, the first thing we note is that our packs have been blown away in the storm. Fortunately, we are unhurt, aside from a few scratches. Adornment of the Abyssal has been destroyed. So I don't really think there's a lot... Yeah, we're at 5 of 5. So of course, one thing I could try and do is get some more variety in the crew by dismissing people, but that is going to have a cost. Overall, I mean, we now have sort of 2 of everything except the xenolinguist, so I can live with that. It might be nice to sort of get like upgrades. So Nagawa instead of Aleb, would be good. In fact, Iona instead of Pagistan would also be an example. In fairness, replacing all of these. But like, if I did this, I would be losing 15 morale just so I can get some higher level crew. I'm not entirely sure I'm ready to do that. So what we do want to try and do though is trade for fuel, assuming we can get it. Helium will be pretty good for fuel for us, so we're in decent shape. Trading is a question of balance. Okay, thanks. I mean, we've already done trading, so that's not a surprise. But in this case, we're gonna hammer through as much fuel as we can. Okay, this is already looking good for me. So tungsten is something that I need. So in this case, if I can just give up some common objects. Yeah, so like Adornment of the Abyssal is okay, but Sacred Ointments I'm more willing to give up. Oh, says objects sought by merchants. Okay. So I do like blueprints. So close. Achievement unlocked, RTFM. Okay. We're getting there. At some point, I'm also going to need to figure out how I'm going to manage another tech. Tech improvement, but obviously I've got a lease on life. Okay, I really want to see what RTFM, what that achievement does. Complete the tutorial main steps. Okay, cool. I'm gonna take off. So the next question is, like, do I want to use up some fuel in order to be able to repair the hull? Or do we say, hang the sense of it and let's see what happens with this crazy black hole? I guess the problem is that we may not know where the other black hole is. So do I end on a cliffhanger or do we... The system contains a black hole. When equipped on board the ship, the wormhole generator technology permits travel from one black hole to another. You only YOLO once. Oh, dang. That's really good. Oh, come on! Alright, well, we've got plenty of Omega. But that's good to know that I can't rely on that forever. Holy crap, the Archon's quite a way away. Damn, actually, I did not realize how big this game is. This is actually really cool. I mean, okay, I guess I can say if you guys don't like this game, you know, I can minimize it or maybe make it like a YouTube series or that, but I'll be honest with you, I'm actually really encouraged by this. I'm kind of interested in seeing how much more there is, and because it feels like there's a ton. Oh, this looks really cool too.
Equipment damage.
Ah! But yeah, I think that's going to be as tempting as it is to go for aiding the Ark. We are almost 2 hours past the regular time, so I hope the digressions weren't too off-putting. I know you're all still here. Of course, the ones who didn't care for them are long since gone. But I do appreciate you hanging out, particularly because I obviously stumbled over a few aspects of the game at the start. And so I'm just trying to see if I can find someone to host tonight. But I don't know, my opinion of the game hasn't changed a whole lot from playing this the first time. I will admit, I am actually quite fond of this game. And I don't quite... So, I'll be honest with you, like, mixed... Actually, let's take a second here and see I want to see what the ratio is, because mixed can sometimes be a curiously high. 57%. Okay, so, like... I've now experienced some of the bugs that people are talking about in the game, and I'm not going to lie, they can be quite frustrating to deal with. In fact, I'd say while I was very chatty today, I'd say probably even cutting that out, probably about half an hour to 45 minutes at the start of the stream was sort of me reloading based off of a bug. So I totally get that. But I'd put it to you this way. I'm not entirely convinced that this is a 57 out of 100 game, right? Like, I can see that this is maybe a game that's not necessarily going to work for everyone. But to me, like, this is definitely capturing a few things that I really like about Starflight. You know, the having sort of this big world, well, set of worlds really, this big galaxy system, universe, whatever, to sort of go from planet to planet, to manage your resources, to have unexpected encounters on worlds, and sort of manage all of that in a series of events. Like, I actually rather like this little loop that I'm in. And of course, we had that big special event of like finding a ship with a weird tech, and like we almost ran out of fuel. And our only option was sort of to check that one civilized planet and then punch it in the black hole. But that actually brought us like right to the goal that we were looking for. You know, I don't know how much of that is scripted. I suspect a lot of this is just the structure that's been put in place for the game. And this is stuff that like I'm definitely quite into. So, you know, like, again, I'm not trying to suggest that the game is perfect. And I mean, obviously I was given the key from the developer, so there's always kind of the question in terms of trying to make nice. But like, I genuinely actually think that this is actually a rather good game that I'm into. You know, I don't necessarily think numerical values are the most exciting way of judging games, but like, I would maybe understand it a little bit more if the reviews were around a 70, for the simple which I realize is not like a ringing endorsement of a game. It's why I'm reluctant to like give it a number. But like, to me, a 70 would say, you know, this may not be for you. Maybe take a look at a stream and see if you like it. Or there were some problems on release that people, you know, rub people the wrong way. I really do feel like this game might be sort of sandbagged with a few more negative reviews simply because it's different from the original. And I think that's a shame, because I'm new to it, and I'm actually like, I'm enjoying the visuals, and I'm enjoying the process of sort of hopping from system to system and exploring planets. Did you ever try Star Sector? I've not even heard of Star Sector. I'm going to write that down though, if you don't mind. So yeah, I mean, if people don't care for this game that much, I might roll back my enthusiasm of it. I'll still keep playing it. I first of all, I like this game enough to want to keep playing it. And I feel like if I'm going to request a key, I should at least cover the game well, right? Oh, hang on. Is Star Sector the Kickstarter? Because I might have actually backed Star Sector. Hang on a second. No, Star Mancer was the Kickstarter I backed. But yeah, so I mean, you can definitely let me know if it's not your cup of tea, and I'll definitely, kind of calibrate accordingly. But I think the biggest thing that I can say here is I don't believe there's a demo for this game, but I'd say if you're curious, maybe check it out. If you're on the fence, it might not be a bad idea to maybe try and go and check out some other videos. I'll keep doing this myself, but I liked the basic experience of jumping between the systems and going to the land. But more importantly, I'm really getting into this delight of running into a mysterious ship and making some choices about whether or not I think it's an improvement. And the fact that it enabled the wormhole travel for us, all of this stuff I actually think is really cool. So yeah, for what it's worth, I'm actually quite into this, and I may be a little sad that the game doesn't quite seem to have found its audience as maybe they were expecting. And I do hope the game gets better. I do hope that taking a look at some of the developers' comments, it does seem like they're taking some of the criticism on board, and that they do intend to try and bring it in line with people's expectations. Obviously, that will be a longer road. But I don't know. To me, I'm actually quite charmed by this, and I'm happy that I got a chance to stream it, because I'm actually quite enjoying it, and I found more things to be delighted by, even if I did wind up running into a couple of the bugs. So. Had a similar find stuff in space feel, but isn't better in most ways. Okay, yeah, no, I'll definitely check it out then, Jetpack, because I mean, I'm always looking for stuff that I'll like, first of all. But I'm also, it's like anybody, right? If somebody individually recommends something, it just means so much more. But yeah, like I said, if I don't get some writing done tonight, it'll be the first time since I've sort of said I want to take this seriously. It's it's a little past 2 a.m. So I think I owe it to myself to maybe be a little more responsible with my time. Unfortunately, there's nobody else playing out there right now, so I'm going to take a quick second and see who is online. Actually, I'm going to host Outworld. So Outworld is a bit of a change of pace. Outworld is as his name would suggest, Mortal Kombat streamer. He's actually been doing a bunch of achievement runs for some of the old ones. So he was actually playing the Game Boy version of Mortal Kombat, and just miserable every second of it. I think he's now onto the PlayStation adaptation. But anyways, he's an Australian streamer. He's somebody I've actually known for quite a while on Twitch. He's sort of gone through a few different iterations, but I think one of the things that's interesting, Outworld is one of the few people who I'll watch who is sort of known for being very good at a game, and that's what his channel is. And I do think sometimes, if he's in the zone, it can actually be it can be really fun to watch, particularly when he does stuff like Mortal Kombat mythologies and all of that. So again, I'll thank you all for watching. I do hope you hang out and check out Outworld, see if he's your cup of tea. At a minimum, I will be back on Monday, but I realize Next Fest is wrapping up. So if I could get my other chores done, I will definitely do my best to, stream a little bit more over the weekend, because there's a lot more for me to do. But a rough outline, Monday, I'm hoping to be back to Old World. Wednesday, I'm most likely going to be doing Phantom Brigade, assuming that it gets its update. And then Friday's usually a free day, so that might be out there. That might be another game, but we'll figure it all out. I need to shut up now. Please enjoy Outworld. Take care.